Mufasa. You know we found. Mufasa. You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday. What? It's Friday again. It's Saturday, Sunday. Hey, 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 hey. Go, go. What? Go, go, go. What? 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 Mufasa, 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 Mufasa. Hey, 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 hey. Move, 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 move. Let's go, let's go. What? 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 Hey, hey, hey. Hey. No, you didn't.
My lights are a little bright today. My lights are a little bright. It's a little bright in here. There we go. Tone that down a little bit. Well. Here we are again. Hairline reveal. Yep. There she is. I shaved my hair off and it's finally growing back. It grew back enough where I was able to trim it. See just how big my forehead is. Big head, big brain. Although, you and I both know that it's not the size that matters when it comes to your brain. That's a misconception. It's all about the density. It's all about how much you got packed into that thing. Welcome in, everybody. It's Friday. Hope you're feeling good today. For some reason, Twitch isn't letting me pin messages right now. For some reason, it won't let me pin a message to the chat. So I can't pin the question box. So I added like a bot timer. The bot should just automatically post the question box link periodically. You can also still use the command to pull the question box link up. I don't know why it's not working. I don't know. They've revoked my pinning privileges. Sadly, I got a lurk today. Well, we appreciate your presence. Just getting settled in. Staring at this question box submission, wondering what to do about it. fuck it, I guess this is where we're at. It is what it is. Okay, I'll talk on chat then. This what I have to say. Bro got alien from movie Alien Forehead. It's to fit my big brain. I have an outdated model of brain. The big honkin' one. Now go ahead and show me a picture of what you look like. Do you want to get on a video call? I want to comment on how you look physically. That's only fair, right? You should show me what you look like so that I can comment on your appearance. Come on now, don't be shy. I'm sure you're very cute. Let's see it. Try to smile in the picture. You don't smile enough. That's your problem. Try smiling more. People will just go through life rude as hell and be like, why don't I have any friends? Why does everything suck? Why am I miserable all the time? I don't know. Maybe be nice? Maybe try being friendly? Nah, it's fine. I don't give a shit. I'm just happy that you're talking about me. Say whatever you want about me. You could be talking about anything in the entire fucking universe, and you're taking what limited time you have in this life. You're taking a little bit of that, and you're spending it on me, and you can't get that back. I'm not giving it back to you. It's mine now. Deal with it. Actually telling me that I look like a xenomorph? That's what it's called. It's called a xenomorph. The alien from Alien. It's called a xenomorph. Being told I look like one, that's a great compliment. They're incredibly sexy. Yeah, I'm feeling sassy today because I got a question box submission and somebody's feeling like, you know, it's pretty heavy. You know, they're expressing thoughts of wanting to hurt themselves, and I'm just kind of pondering what to do with that. And I feel like when I get that kind of message, I don't feel like coddling the person. And I don't think that that's necessarily what they want either, but I don't know. I'm just like, if you're at your lowest of your low and you're submitting an anonymous question to me saying, you know, that you want to hurt yourself, I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to tell you it's a bad idea. And I'm going to tell you, what do you need to change in your life to make it better? Do you need to change your thinking? Do you need to change your behaviors? Do you need to change your environment? Do you need to change who you're around? Who you spend time with? Something's got to switch up because what you're doing now isn't working for you. So we need to make some changes. You're worth making those changes. You are worth the work. You are worth the effort. You can have a good life. Don't give up on it. I think in the past, I've gone over these types of messages on stream before. And I don't know if I want to anymore. It's just, first off, it's like, I don't want to get in trouble with Twitch because they get really sensitive about that kind of text. Not that I don't mind talking about it, which is why I'm talking about it with you now. I just don't think I want to show the message or read the message. This is why I include links to crisis services in the question box. You know, if you really need to talk to somebody one-on-one and have that compassionate ear, I highly encourage you to reach out to one of those services. Yeah, for a while I felt obligated to just show people's submissions. I was trying to show every response, the same amount of attention and respect that I would to any other submission. I wanted to take them all seriously. But I don't want to, yeah, and that's a good point. I don't want to trigger anybody. You're not the only one here who feels like they're hanging on by a thread. I can guarantee that. And sometimes hearing that or seeing that expressed could make them feel worse. And so, also I feel like it's really intimate, it's really personal, and maybe something more private, where you're able to talk to somebody individually, voice to voice, face to face. That might serve you a bit better. Not that I don't want to see you doing well, because I do. The person also expressed a frustration at not being able to harm themselves. So there's this internal conflict. There's part of me that wants to do it, but there's a part of me that's stopping myself. For God's sake, listen to the part of you that's stopping yourself. That's the part of you that wants to survive. That's the part of you that wants to live a better life and to keep going. Listen to that part of you. Don't listen to the part of you that says, I want to give up, because you're not a quitter. You're still here. You're still fighting. You've got more to give. So keep going. I'm not going to give up on you, so don't give up on yourself. Sometimes people feel in submissions that nothing else matters, so just say the biggest things in their head. I'm like, it's still important that they're able to put it into words and get it out there, even if I don't show it and read it. I feel like even just typing it out is still a helpful act. Putting it into words. So yeah, I think from now on, when I do have those types of messages, because we do get them every once in a while, I'm just going to do what I did now. I'll talk about it. Don't get me wrong. I'll still talk about it. I'll talk to you. I'm not going to read the message, though. I'll try to address the points that you bring up in the message. But I feel like if Twitch bans you for 30 days for saying I want to, harm myself, then me showing that text on the screen just isn't really... you know what I mean? How is that much different? So I don't want to I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want anybody else to get in trouble. So. Anyway. Let's carry on. How exactly does loneliness kill? It's an interesting question. Can you die from loneliness? Let's take a look at this article here. From 2019, loneliness is as lethal as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. To everyone that is considering it, please don't. You are more loved than you realized. Trust me. It's true. There was a time in my life where that's what I wanted to do. And I'm very glad that I didn't. That's all I can say. As a social work graduate student, I worked in a medical hospital. One of my projects involved studying the revolving door patients, the individuals who came into the emergency room on a regular basis. You know, you'll see that a lot sometimes in working in social services. You know, these people are very isolated, very lonely, and they find themselves, you know, accessing emergency services very frequently. Because it's socialization, you know, it's you're seeing people and they're expressing care and concern for you and they're attending to you. If you were to ask me, like the question was, how exactly does loneliness kill? If you were to ask me just before I look at this article, my answer would be, it kills you of a broken heart. I would say that is the mechanism through which loneliness kills you. Being alone and being lonely are different. I don't think we need to really get into all that. We know that. Let's see, but why is loneliness harmful? Researchers have found that loneliness is just as lethal as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Lonely people are 50% more likely to die prematurely than those with healthy social relationships. There's a study here. I'm going to open it up in the different tab. I want to see how they measured this. There are several reasons why loneliness can be deadly. First, it reduces your immunity. So, a lot of what's going to go into this is stress related. But the thing about stress isn't just, grr, I'm angry, or wow, I'm so anxious. Stress can also be something that, you know, incapacitates you, or it could be a racing mind, you know, and when you're lonely, you don't have anybody to share that stress with. You don't have anybody to help you decompress. You don't have anybody to talk to or to get a new frame of reference, a new perspective. And so you're stuck stewing in all of that stress. A reduction in your immune response can be related to an increase in stress. The higher your stress level is, the worse your immune system works. So you're going to see stuff like risk of disease increase, increased inflammation, heart disease, other chronic health conditions. With relationships, it's more about quality than it is quantity. See, me, I'm lucky. I have lots of friends. I have, how many people are here right now? Got tons of friends right here. Got tons of people right here. Now, I wouldn't say we're best friends. Nothing personal, but like, you know, let's not be parasocial here. Like, but I would count you all as friends. Because my barrier for entry to be my friend is pretty low. Just don't be a dick. That's it. Just, that's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Pretty simple. Pretty straightforward. Or if you had to be a dick, because we've all been there, we've all done it. If you had to be a dick, well, you know, was it justifiable? Was it necessary? Sometimes you gotta be a dick. You know, sometimes you gotta be like, excuse me, I need to get through here. There's just people standing there chatting. You're like, I'm trying to get past you. Or if you were in the wrong, you know, do you take accountability for it? Like, do you feel bad about it? Have you made amends? See, my thing is I have a high amount of patience, but once I run out of patience, it's like, all right, I'm gonna go straight for the jugular. Like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. Comment on forehead, not a friend. No, you complimented my forehead. That makes you a friend. You called me a xenomorph, And everybody knows that xenomorphs are sexy. You just compared me to one of the most highly evolved biological organisms in the entire universe. I'll take that as a compliment. See, the thing about it is that you can take anything as a compliment if you know how to spin it. That's one of my superpowers. My superpower is reframing. You can reframe an insult into a compliment. So, okay, we talked a little bit about why loneliness can be harmful to you. How do they measure it, though? This is the study that they did. The Indian Journal of Psychiatry in 2013. How did they measure this? What sort of study did they do? So the study was done in India, where they have a rapid size of like growing population of elderly people. So they're seeing a big rise in their loneliness. This is even pre-COVID, so it's like you could think of loneliness as like it's more than a disease. Loneliness is now an epidemic. They describe loneliness in 3 different categories: situational loneliness, developmental loneliness, and internal loneliness. Do we need to do a presentation on loneliness? We probably should. I feel like we did one, but it's probably an old one. I've done so many presentations. Oh. We did overcoming isolation, which is like kinda related. Alright, write that down. Being alone makes it easier to be lonely, but being alone doesn't mean that you necessarily have to be lonely. It's an opportunity to work on your relationship with yourself, because sometimes you're stuck with that person. So it's best that we learn how to get along, right? So yeah, we'll talk about loneliness, and we'll talk, because this is an interesting thing to talk about, these different types of loneliness. And that's something I want to dive into deeper. Yeah, they're talking about how it's just, in general, like, it just kind of feels like it's just a general wear on you. It's just that passive amount of, like, frustration and stress. Because being lonely, even though you might not recognize it as stress, because you typically associate stress with, like, frustration, it's a passive stress. It's like a pressure, you know? So loneliness is definitely stressful, and it's the stress that gets you. Brittany wasn't kidding when she said her loneliness was killing her. It's true. It will. The good news is that you can do something about it. One of the things that loneliness will do to you is it'll fuck with your thinking, and it'll make you think that you deserve to be lonely or something like that. It's like, nah, that's just your brain trying to cope with the current situation it's in. One of the things that our brains do is there's a part of your awareness, a part of your thinking that's like, what can I do to make this situation work? And so even if things are really shitty and most of you wants things to change and get better, there's always going to be that part of you that's just like, well, what would I do if I had to make this work? And when you're really lonely, you're continuing to listen to that part of yourself like, well, how can I make this work? And so you just kind of slide into it. Seems like a need for external validation is involved. External validation is one of those things that we need, but we don't want to become over-reliant on it. But it is still definitely something you need. It feels good. It feels good. It's validating. It's uplifting. Makes you feel connection. It's biologically rewarding. Also, one of these days we're going to talk about evolutionary psychology, which I personally think is really fun and really interesting, but a lot of academics are very skeptical of it because you can't prove it, and a lot of academics within the psychology field are very determined to prove themselves as a hard science. And so we need measurable things, we need observable data, we need all of these things so that people take us seriously as scientists. But I like it. It's fun. Evolutionary psychology. Just considering the mechanisms at play biologically that have allowed our species to grow and evolve and survive across a span of thousands of years, how that and the underlying mechanisms affect our psychology. Now, where evolutionary psychology gets fucking misused is when people use it as an excuse to be misogynistic or something, because that's what they'll do. They'll be like, well, evolutionarily, I was born to be big and strong, and so therefore I'm to be in charge. I don't know. I don't know if being big and strong means that you should necessarily just automatically be in charge. The only point of being big and strong is to be able to lift heavier stuff. To work harder. Anyway, we've got some ideas for some upcoming presentations. Right? If you were big and strong in the Stone Age, then they were going to be like, all right, here's a stick. It's pointy at one end. Now go get him. A smaller, craftier creature convinces the large oafish one to go do the hard work. It's kind of like those. Have you seen cuttlefish and the things that cuttlefish will do during their mating rituals? Cuttlefishes have incredible camouflage capabilities. And the male, who's the biggest, stands a pretty good chance of mating during these mating rituals. But there's actually smaller cuttlefish who will disguise themselves as a female cuttlefish as a way of being sneaky. And so there are these two, and this is just something that's gone on for a long time because they both have viable success rates. So you've got the big domineering one, and then you've got the small crafty one. They both exist simultaneously within the biological system. This is top, some of the top searches right now. Oh look, people are looking up progressive muscle relaxation. I'm so glad. Finally, progressive muscle relaxation is that the next one? Is that the next thing that works its way into the public mindset? You know, people are still all caught up on attachment styles and stuff, and I'm just like, all right, can we move it along here? Let's start talking about PMR. Let's start talking about self-soothing. We should do a presentation about progressive muscle relaxation. PMR, progressive muscle relaxation. A time-tested way to reduce your anxiety. How to calm your body down. You ever feel physically restless? This will do the trick. The #1 search is that really weird AI Trump Gaza video. That was fucked up. You guys see that shit? I think in the future, if I were to do like Patreon type stuff, that's where I would post like guided meditations and that kind of stuff. I just don't think that it would like there's just too much of it on YouTube already. You know what I mean? But people still want that type of content. So I feel like that would be a good place for it. You know, something a little bit more niche. That video was so weird. I think it's so disappointing that like whenever AI and like AI video and like deep fake type technology started coming out and people were like, oh shit, this is scary. Politicians are going to use this. I don't know if anybody expected that America would be the ones to just be like, yeah, fuck it. Fucking go for it. Put it into fucking music video. Let's do this shit. Not even like good AI, but like very clearly you can tell it's AI. Like they're not even trying to like make it look real. I don't know. I always just thought it would be someone else. But it's us. We did it. The Zap Chat Braid. Welcome in, my fungal friends. I watched it with Rhizome in his chat. I'm sure they had a big... I'm sure that they were... hold on. They were probably doing this emote. This is probably what his chat looked like. Here, I'll show you. Probably looked like this. They were probably flopping around. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, my friends. Welcome in. We were talking before about... Somebody asked, because we were doing some questions from the box, they said, how exactly does loneliness kill you? And so we took a look at this article, and we took a look at this study, and then we decided that this warranted more information, so we're going to do a whole presentation on loneliness, because I haven't done one yet. That's one of the topics where I was like, oh, I haven't done that one yet? Oh, okay. All right, then. I'm learning this in school. Oh, wait, which part? That's exciting. I love talking to people who are in school or they're studying psychology in school. I'm like, ooh, you want help with your homework? My last follow had the name Libertarian. Oh. Whenever somebody says they're libertarian, I'm just like, oh, so you're an idiot. I can confidently say I've never met a libertarian who was above like room temp IQ. It's just like they're like they get it. They're like, I want to be free, right? Like I want to be free, and because I am free, everybody should be free to do whatever the fuck they want. Like, what are the libertarian beliefs? I don't fucking know. Explain them to me. They don't really make much sense. It's like, so it's anarchy, but not anarchy. It's, this is where you start to see those, like, sovereign citizen types. Have you ever seen sovereign citizens? These are some of the most annoying people you'll ever meet in your entire life. I've met some that are just kids. Yeah, they probably gravitate to it because they are just young and dumb. And it sounds kind of cool. Like it doesn't sound bad until you know what it is. Tried to reply about the course, but AutoMod got me. Oh, that's weird. I wonder what word it was. It didn't even pop up on my end. So it must have been something... I don't know. Sometimes if AutoMod catches something, it shows it to me, but it didn't show me anything. Yeah, libertarians were the kids in school who would, like, light a trash can on fire, and then... They're the ones who are, like, lighting the trash can on fire in the bathroom. That happened at my school once. Some kids lit a trash can on fire, and then we had to evacuate one of the buildings. Probably grew up to be a libertarian. I see it in the mod view. Then it... Okay, interesting. Like, maybe my browser's fucked up or something, because I can't pin messages either. Cutie Cheeks, can you try pinning this? Can you try pinning the question box link? I can't pin anything. And my AutoMod's not showing up either. It won't let me pin it. Never had that privilege on my phone. Do we have a mod that can actually do something for once? I'm joking. I'm joking. You wrote down notes for me. That's very valuable to me. That's no big deal. Anybody want to be mod? Anybody want to be moderator? Any applicants? We're now hiring. That's a lot of responsibility. See, that's how I know you're cut out for the job. You don't want to mod just anybody who's like, ooh, me. You know what I mean? Sometimes you want to be like, I want to mod the person who's like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gay. Most of my mods are gay or women or both, so no problem there. See me, I have no problem with diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's my question for anybody who ever is like complaining about DEI. Because they, like, okay, break it down for them. Like, which parts do you not like? Like, what parts of that do you not like? Are you anti-diversity? Are you anti-equity? Are you anti-inclusion? I'm working on being straight to pass by in this country now. I would respond to the pressures in the country by being even gayer. That's what I would do. Like, oh, you're gonna make me feel bad for being gay? Well, guess what? Now I'm gonna be even extra gay. I'll show you just how fucking gay I can be. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I would do. Oh yeah, we're gonna do loneliness sometime in the future. I don't have a new presentation for you today. Didn't have time to put one together. God, cults. Cults. That's a fun one. Let's talk about cults. So yeah, let's get back into the question box. If you want to submit a question, exclamation Q will take you to the box. I thought I turned on the bot to post the link periodically, but I don't know if it worked. Oh wait, no, it did. It did. Every once in a while, Stream Elements will just post the link on its own. It's on quite a timer though, because I didn't want it spamming. My coworkers has a Mexican flag and a pride flag on her front porch, and she's not gay or Mexican. She's just mad at the racist and homophobes. I'm friends with some gay Mexicans. They're a great group of people. Just mad at the racists and the homophobes. Like that's one of the best reasons to do it. You know, just do it just to piss people off. They're like, oh, what's the matter? You don't like looking at it? You don't like being reminded that gay people exist? Like, too fucking bad, buddy. They're here to stay. You're gonna have to deal with it. Okay, look, there it did it. Stream Elements just posted the link, so it does work. Okay, good. I've been meaning to add that. Just like the Stream Elements bot will just periodically drop the question box link for you. This is just making me think it'd be funny to get a flagpole. All right. Let's get back into these questions. How exactly does loneliness kill? The stress of it. You know, the stress of it wears you down. It's the stress that gets you. Oh my god, it worked. You're able to pin stuff, but I couldn't do it? It won't let me do it. They revoked my pin privileges on my own channel. Adrian Bear, thank you for subscribing. 4 that swiftly dance and tease, enough to bid the eyes release. My boyfriend only makes time to see me once a week now for like a sleepover. He used to drive over to have dinner and see me quickly. Do you think he is chasing me less? Should I say I want to see him more? Probably. If you do want to see him more, it's probably a good way to communicate. You probably want to communicate that. Now here's the thing. This is your boyfriend, so you're talking to a man. Sometimes when you're talking to men, you have to be very direct. You know, don't just say, we don't see each other as much as we used to, you know, or I miss seeing you as often, because that's not really that might not compute. That might not accurately cross over. If you want to see him more, you have to go out and say that specifically. So just find a way to communicate that. You're like, you know what? I have so much fun whenever you come over. You should do that more. Like, how about this night? You know, like, that's kind of the way to do it. Like, oh, you know how you always come over on every, you know, this day of the week? You know, what if you came over this day of the week too? You have plans this day of the week? You know, just... like, because this doesn't need to be something that turns into, like, an argument. Like, why don't you come over anymore? Do you even still like me? You know, like, this doesn't need to be a fight. If you want to see him more and you want him to come over more, just ask him to come over more. And a good way to do that is by inviting him over more. Just being like, so, what are you doing tomorrow night? You should stop back by. We can watch that movie that we were talking about. You know, that kind of stuff. It makes you come across as invitational and open and engaging rather than like judgmental or frustrated or angry. So I would just give that a try and see how that works. And if he's still like just not making an effort to come over and see you that much, like then we need to reassess. But for now, let's start off by just saying, hey, you know, you want to come over tomorrow night too? You know, on the day that he does come over? Or like, what are you doing Thursday? You know, make plans. You know, if there is some other underlying thing happening or going on or feelings have changed, it's like, we don't need to jump to that right now. Let's give it a chance to like, you know, I'm going to invite you over more. Like, I'm going to like encourage you to come over more. I'm going to make that pretty clear. And then I'm going to see what happens. But if he just doesn't follow up on that and he still is just kind of like distant, then it might be the time to like have a more serious conversation about it. My feelings would be hurt because I would assume you just don't like me no more. Why are we, you know, we're always jumping to that, you know? Like, why do we always have to jump to the worst possible explanation for this? It's like, oh, I haven't seen my friend for a while. He must fucking hate me now. God, I should never even talk to him or show my face around him again. He probably wants to murder me. It's like, no, he probably is just busy. People are being, you know, stretched pretty thin these days. You know, living a human life is full of challenges. It's full of obligations. People got work, stuff to do, traffic, I don't know. But anyway, just one last bit of advice. Whenever you are talking to somebody in your relationships and you're trying to resolve a problem, you got to remember it's me and you versus the problem. It's not me versus you. You know, there's not going to be a winner and a loser here. We're talking about something that affects our relationship, and we're going to come up with a solution on how to work on it. My BF has not done heroin since 2018 or 2019. That's a lot of sober time. 6 years? That's pretty good. Do you think he would ever do it again? Going 5-6 years without, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's quite a bit of sober time. Would he ever do it again? You can't really answer that. You know, like a triggering event could possibly set something off, but it's like you'll have to kind of cross that bridge when you get to it. It's not a guarantee one way or the other. But if he has good supports and he has people to talk to that can, you know, help him to stay clean, then he stands a really good chance of staying clean. If he does, keep in mind he already got sober once and he could do it again. That's a good point. You know, he did it once, he could do it again. Although nowadays, like, he needs to be really cognitively, consciously aware of the fact that if he were to go back to using, he runs a much, much, much higher chance of overdosing. If you were doing heroin in 2018, 2019, you were probably doing heroin with maybe some other stuff thrown in there because they adulterate it. But you probably weren't doing fentanyl yet. But over the past few years, it's like these types of opiates have mostly been replaced because fentanyl is much more compact. It's much cheaper. You know, so you run a really high risk of overdosing if you were to go back to using an opiate, especially if you haven't used it in years. One of the main situations in which somebody overdoses on an opiate is when they haven't done it in a long time and they go back to what they used to do, but your tolerance has gone back down. And so you take a dose that you think should be fine for you, but you end up overdosing. So my friend passed away. Doesn't it suck? It's like, damn. It's like Sometimes people will be clean for a long time and they'll be like, okay, one more time, and then they go back and they do it again, and then that's it. How do I help notice signs? How do I help him with the memory loss? The memory loss, the best way to help somebody with dealing with their memory is to just encourage them to maybe take notes, write things down, keep a planner, keep a to-do list, keep a checklist. If we can't trust ourselves to just remember stuff, sometimes we gotta start writing more stuff down. Outside of that, maybe seeing a memory specialist. As far as the signs that somebody is getting back into opiate use, if they have a drastic change in their behavior, if they start acting a bit more avoidant or, withdrawn, or maybe they, are starting to miss out on their obligations. Hey, you were supposed to call me back. What happened? But sorry, this thing, there's just, their story is having a hard time adding up. Other signs of addiction, financial troubles, because they're now having to spend money on drugs, and so their finances change, or they might be missing work because of the drug use. So if you notice that they're changing their behaviors a lot, maybe you're not seeing them as much, maybe they're being more avoidant, maybe they're just being more, just a little more sketchy, I guess. Like drugs. Oh, hey, Cody, how's it going? Drugs are cool and all, but you gotta be responsible with them. We don't want anybody hurting themselves just because they're trying to have fun. What's funny is I used to be a substance abuse counselor. A lot of people who used to do drugs would tell you that's yeah, drugs are fun. That's why I got addicted to them. But what happens with drug addiction is that they're not fun for that long. You start taking them just so that you can feel normal. You start taking them so that you can not feel awful and feel terrible, because now you feel terrible when you're not on the drugs. So just stay safe out there. Get testing kits. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Yeah, don't do them at work either. Anyway, being clean from heroin for that many years, that's a big W. An old friend reached out on a different social media website where we're still friends after I deleted an account. They didn't inquire about it and mainly just said, "Happy birthday, hope you're doing good." This was a month ago, but just saw the message recently. This old friend was someone I was close to and talked with every day, but they ended up almost taking sides with people who were shitty to me and not respecting me. So I'm confused if these wishes are coming from a place of good intentions, wants to reconnect, or if they're just playing nice and being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, you can't really know until you find out. That's the problem. So, let's just take a moment to think about this. Let's take a step back from it for a moment, and let's just look at what's going on here. Sometimes we have falling outs with friends. Sometimes they say things they regret. Sometimes they do things they regret. Sometimes they take the wrong side. Sometimes it drives a wedge between us. Sometimes we don't talk for a long time. And sometimes they go on to feel bad about it and apologetic over it, and they want to reconnect. That happens. So there's a chance that that's what's going on. How often do people reconnect with people solely for the purpose of messing with them or trying to harm them further? I don't think that that happens as often. I just don't. I don't think that that is as common. Now, don't get me wrong, people reach out to people on social media all the time for all sorts of reasons. You know, you get the "hey girly" message from somebody you went to high school with, and now they're trying to sell you body wash or something. And I would just say it's okay to test the waters. It's okay to say, "Thank you. Hope you're doing well too." You know, just doing that isn't inviting them back in. You know, you're testing the waters. That's okay. So just, if that's what you want to do, just give it a try. I guess just look at what you would want the other person to do if the situation was reversed. Let's say that you had a friend that you had a falling out with because you said something fucked up, and you know it was fucked up, and you feel bad about it, and you wish you hadn't said it, but things just haven't been the same between you since then, and you've stopped talking, but you want to make things right. So what do? Would you want the other person to respond? Would you want to be able to talk to him again? So now we're talking about reaching out and apologizing and how to do that. I don't think everybody, knows how to do that in a perfect way. I don't think there is a perfect way to do it. Some people want to reach out so that they can apologize. They reach out first and then apologize soon thereafter. Some people reach out with the apology. Is there a right or a wrong way to do it? I don't know. It's all very contextual. So I guess I wouldn't go into it assuming the worst from them, because that's just not how I would want to live. I don't want to live my life assuming the worst of everyone that I meet or everyone that I encounter. Because that's just a stressful way to live. It kind of shuts you off. It's going to prevent you from making connections and getting to know people. And, it's just... You're putting up a wall to protect yourself, but that wall ends up becoming a cage. So... I don't know. If you want to figure out more about what their intentions are, you're going to have to talk to them. Otherwise, it's just going to be speculation. Never really felt a sense of trust with this person, but still miss them in some ways, which is hard to process. After I said thanks, they just said they're doing good and didn't inquire about anything else. It just felt weird to me. Like, why would this person reach back out? Unresolved feelings. You didn't end on a good note, and that's bothersome. So maybe they're not fully quite sure of it yet. I don't know. You know, maybe they know that something's off and they do want to talk to you and re-engage in some way, but they're just not sure how to do it. What we're talking about here is conflict resolution, and sometimes people are just not that good at it. So I don't know. Do we think that he's just... I just want to talk about something real quick. This is an old friend. This is someone you were close to. This is someone that you talked with every day. But you also said that you never felt a sense of trust with them. So, was it that they weren't deserving of your trust? Because if they weren't deserving of your trust, like, why are we talking every day? Why are we close to them if they don't deserve your trust? Or is it because we have a hard time giving out trust? Do we have a hard time trusting? Is that where it's coming from? I would just think about it. Because when we understand our own relationship with trusting people, you know, like, how easily do I place trust in people? When we understand that, it'll give you some context into why you're trying to, you know, decide what decision to make. Reintroductions and apologies and that kind of stuff, it's kind of awkward sometimes. And so if it felt weird, if it felt awkward, that's because it is, you know? So I don't know. Find a time to chat with them. Just hear them out, see what's going on. Ask them how they feel about how things ended. It's a good question to ask. How do you feel about how things ended between us? Hi, I'm Gay. Happy Friday. Oh, hey, Gay. Happy Friday. Got any fun plans? Any fun plans? We're all caught up in the question box. That was the last one. It was from Hey Gay. Well, now what do we do? Have you watched Common Side Effects? I've watched the first 3 episodes. Can I write you a poem? Do you want it to rhyme? Time to bring out the wheel. The wheel is stuck on my old hard drives, which I can't get to work, so I'm gonna have to figure out some way to recover those. Do I like making rhymes? Of course. Who doesn't like when things rhyme? Do you ever help with fungi therapy? Not in an official context. I never got paid to do it. Yeah, they didn't. It wasn't something that they did clinically when I worked in a clinical setting. It was still very illegal. Things have changed a lot in the past few years. You got people buying mushroom chocolate bars all over the place. How long have I been streaming for? The first time I ever streamed was in 2019. I've been a regular streamer for, I don't know, 2 years now. We get no fun allowed in this country. You're in the UK, right? Yeah, they don't like fun up there. They're not big on fun. EU. Yeah, same thing. I mean, it used to be, but not anymore. When are we gonna get Brentrance? You know, we had Brexit. When are we gonna get Brentrance? When are they going back in? Funny, you can actually eat fresh ones you find. That's legal, but selling them is not. Huh. Kind of like how DMT is illegal to own, but you make it in your body. That's kind of weird to me. You're telling me something I make in my brain is illegal? Well, then take me in right now, partner. Slap them cuffs on me. Grow DMT on a tree. Or order Mimosa hostilis root bark on eBay. That's also legal. You know, if you're going to use it for, you know, beauty products. You buy it on eBay and you use it to make scented soap or makeup or something. A nice Mimosa hostilis root bark. And then after that, it's just a simple acid base extraction, but I'm not going to walk you through the steps. See what's going on the internet. Actually, you know what I've enjoyed is not talking or thinking about anything that's going on the internet. You know? Every time I go on the internet now, it's just like, these influencers are fighting. The government's doing something terrible again. It's just like, sheesh. The hidden key to happiness, purpose-driven communities. All right, well, let's get the commune started. Doesn't building a commune sound so fun? Teenage abuse of cough medicines and promethazine. Teenagers are stupid. They'll just try anything to get high. Is The Substance really a feminist film? Is it? I haven't seen it. Is it? Can somebody answer that question for me? What social media does to stress and hormones? Nothing good. The effect of stress hormones like cortisol can make giving up social media use more difficult. Oh yeah, the fucked up thing about cortisol is that if you get acclimated to operating at a high level of cortisol, cortisol is the primary stress hormone, right? And it's not entirely bad because sometimes you need a little bit of stress. Sometimes you need to get up out of bed. Sometimes you need to wake up and rouse yourself from sleep. Sometimes you need to have that internal motivation. But if you're used to operating at a very high level of cortisol, then being at a low level of cortisol or being relaxed feels weird and uncomfortable. And so you start to seek out stress, and that's why you end up This is me on a phone. I could have picked up my actual phone. Jonah Hill films his therapist. Like both of them, or just like camera pointed at the therapist? That's weird either way, but one is definitely more weird to me than the other. It's a movie? Wait, it's a movie? It wasn't a real thing? I don't really care what Jonah Hill's doing. I have a question. What would being fixed in place at a computer chair being stressed do to the body? Ah, i.e. video games and stressful office work environment. Well, not only does it keep you at a state of high stress, so you're not really able to properly relax or regulate your body, because that's why they're always telling you to like get up and move around, you know, every like 30 minutes or so, because we really aren't meant to just be that level of sedentary, that dialed in. So it's bad for your brain because it reinforces these behaviors and it reinforces, you know, that level of stress. But it's also bad for you physically because it'll affect your posture, it'll affect your joints, it'll make you sore, it'll make you get knots. It's bad for you. I'm at McDonald's and it's $11 for a 6-piece nuggets and a smoothie. Why aren't we rioting yet? Is what I want to know. Doubt any real Groot. I am Groot. Also, long-term use of that posture gives you a case of gamer neck. Or nerd neck, as they say. You gotta watch out for that gamer posture. You don't want to sit like this. You You want to sit. You want to sit like this. People have made a meme out of this, and they just okay, like. Make sure you've got good gaming posture. Sit like you got a BBL. Yep. Firmly plant yourself on that route. Are we supposed to boycott today? Only yeah, supposedly. The thing about the boycott is though is like if you gotta get something, like you gotta go to the store, go to the store. No. I'm not so sure what the boycott itself would do. It's more about the message and the ideas behind the boycott that are important. I mean, I don't think you should exclude Costco today. You know, Costco is one of the few companies that you can actually say do the right things. Yeah, Casey's going to Costco today. Just don't go on Amazon, don't go to the big box stores. There you go. If you have to buy something, go support a small local store. There you go. Feel like there should have been more awareness about this. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't find out about this until yesterday. Costco might increase the hot dog price. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough! 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 Enough is enough!
That's me. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough!
Enough is enough. The only time I eat hot dogs is at Costco. I love a Costco hot dog. People eat hot dogs. We love hot dogs. We love hot dogs in America. Love a nice glizzy. You need to go get one soon. The pizzas at Costco are also a great deal. You can get a big ass pizza for like $10. Big ass pizza. I do kind of miss them. Did you ever eat macaroni and cheese with hot dogs in it? Every once in a while I'll do that for like a nostalgia meal. I'll revisit, you know, my childhood days. Little chopped up hot dogs and some macaroni and cheese. Really takes you back. When people tell me that I need therapy, what do I tell them without sounding like my sources of help are suspicious? People tell... How often do people... Hold on. Can I ask you a question? How often do people tell you this? Like, within what context? When people tell you you need therapy, what I would do is take that as an opportunity to talk about therapy with that person, and it doesn't have to be about you or why you need to go to therapy, because that's kind of rude. That's kind of, just be honest, that's kind of rude. Just telling somebody to go to therapy. What if RFK says hot dogs are unhealthy and tries to take them away? Then I'll be outside the White House with a sign that says, enough is enough. That's where we draw the line. First they came for the hot dogs and I did nothing because I did not eat hot dogs. Alright, so here's the thing. If people tell you that you need therapy, don't feel like I have to go into some big, deep conversation with them about my mental health. This is what I would recommend you to do. Somebody says, hey, you should try therapy. You should be like, you know what? That's not a bad idea. You know, I've heard a lot of great things about therapy. You know, therapy does a lot of good for people. Have you ever thought about going for anything? Turn it around on them. You're going to remind them that there's no stigma in going to therapy. Going to therapy is helpful. Have you ever thought about going? Have you ever tried? Do you know anyone who's gone? Just turn it into a conversation about therapy and what you believe about mental health and therapy. Most of the time when people just blandly tell you that you need therapy, they don't really know that much about therapy. They probably have a lot of misconceptions about what therapy is. Anybody who's actually been to therapy, who's tried therapy, they probably, I won't say that, I'm not gonna say they won't or they can't, but they probably won't just go around and say this type of stuff to other people. And if they do, then that's probably something they should have worked on in therapy. Being fucking rude. Do I own a full-length mirror? I do. It's a sliding glass mirror in front of my closet. I can see the whole shebang. So anyway, I just want to say, when somebody brings up the topic of therapy, just talk about therapy. You don't have to talk about your mental health or what you're doing or what's helping you. That's none of their business, unless you choose to share that with them. All right? So I just want to put that out there before we move into the rest of it. I participate in your stream and other mental health related streams on Twitch, and I use AI to vent to and get constructive feedback on situations. Is it helping? You know, if it's helping, it's better than nothing, right? Like, ain't nobody gonna think a Twitch therapist is a legit source of help. You know? I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. You know, invite him over. Invite him in. You know, we'll show him what we do here. A lot of what goes into therapy is learning how to help yourself. You know, you go to therapy so that you can learn how to be kinder and more compassionate and more patient with yourself as you continue to work on yourself. And we can teach you that here. You know, it's not going to be as individualized and it's not going to replace individual therapy, but you can still learn stuff. Been to therapy so many times and I still don't get it. I agree. I still don't get it either. I still don't get it either. Because sometimes in therapy, we'll talk about something or we'll make a point and they'll just kind of gloss over it. And I'm like, damn, I thought that was a zinger. I thought that was a real banger, what we just cooked up right there. This moment of insight. But it's just kind of like, eh. And then maybe you say something that's just like, you don't think it's that special. And then they're just like, wow, I never thought of it that way. This changes everything. And I'm just like, I don't get it either sometimes. The stream and ChatGPT helped me so much, but when I tell people they don't take me serious, maybe show them instead of telling them. I want to become a bigger streamer in Germany, so, you know, let's get, I want to be big in Deutschland. Is it funny to you when I say Deutschland in a, like, very thick American accent? I think a lot of people who need therapy also just need a stronger community and support system. True. A lot of people who quote-unquote need therapy just need to feel heard, they need to feel validated, they need to be reminded that they're not the problem. Personally, I like getting to do the problem solving of therapy myself. We get it. You're smart. That hyper independence. I was in therapy for 7 years and no one ever picked up on the fact that I have severe ADHD. I'm ASD too, and this other super cool thing called HSP. Oh, we did a presentation on ASP or HSP not that long ago. Being a highly sensitive person, I'm an HSP. It's a strength. It can be overwhelming sometimes, but when you hone it, when you learn how to regulate it, it's like a superpower. Yeah, we have quite a few HSPs here, actually, which is why we did the whole presentation on it. The way that I found out was I went to my doctor one time and I was talking to them and I'm just like, I don't know what the deal is with people. I'm like, the world fucking sucks and I feel like people just aren't that bothered by it and I feel like I'm the only one who gives a shit. And then he's like, have you ever heard of an HSP? And I was like, no, what's that? He's like, a highly sensitive person. He's like, my wife is one. I'm like, oh, no shit. I always forget that I'm an HSP. Yeah, sometimes you forget that you have a superpower and you accidentally rip the door off of your fridge or something. You're like, whoops, forgot my super strength. It happens. does it mean being an empath though? I would say it makes it easier for you to be empathetic, but it's not going to be like guaranteed that it's going to make you more empathetic. It might end up making you more sheltered and shut off, you know, because dealing with that heightened level of like nerve awareness and sensitivity is it can be stressful. It can make you isolate. Can I react to a 10-minute vid? I would do more video reacting, but I stream to YouTube as well, and YouTube bans me whenever I watch a YouTube video while I'm streaming. So if I want to do more reacting, I have to just stream to Twitch. Which I'll plan on doing that more in the future whenever I have more like reactive days. I multi-stream because YouTube will automatically back up all my VODs for me, and that's pretty sick. Anyway, let's get back into the question. Somebody mentioned HSPs, and I said, ooh, and I got distracted. Anyway, I don't want to spend hundreds of dollars an hour to talk to a therapist that doesn't know me. Fair? Fair? They can get to know you though. But that can take time and that takes money, and I understand why you might be like, well, so I guess take what you've got now, the stuff that you're doing now, you know, talking here, talking in other mental health spaces, talking to, you know, ChatGPT and stuff, and figure out, what would I do if I did go to therapy? Like, you could get a really clear idea of like what I want to process, what I want to work through, what I want to talk about, so that you don't have to spend so much time, you know, building up in therapy. Also, super important to remember, sometimes having somebody that doesn't know you, that has no emotional stake in your life, they can offer a very non-biased third-party perspective, and sometimes that's exactly what we need. We need to talk to somebody who doesn't have an emotional stake. You know, somebody outside of our family or our friends. You know, somebody who's just a step up from a stranger. If I have the resources at my fingertips and I already know myself, I might as well be my own therapist, right? It's kind of a double-edged sword here. It's like, yeah, you do want to learn how to be your own therapist because you do want to learn how to regulate your own emotions and provide yourself with validation and all of that stuff that you would associate with therapy. But you got to remember that training on your own only reinforces your errors. So this is why we want other people to be involved in some way, so that we can keep an eye on, you know, am I doing the right thing? Am I reinforcing the right behaviors? Just having somebody to help double check. Casey brought me. Is this what I think it is?
That's what I got, babe.
What?
Got your
My hand. Oh.
They were running like a deal where they really had a company doing like the remote keys.
Oh, you got a replacement
It was
key?
180, but I was just like, I need to fucking do it because you know how ours
We
is
only have
kind of like
one.
all fucky.
Well, yeah, and we only
And
have
we only
one.
have one.
So
And you
that-
know, like I've
Yeah,
shit.
getting a replacement key fob for that price is not a bad
Yeah, it
deal.
was 180. They
Yeah,
were like,
180 for a new key fob, that's not bad. Those things are like 300 bucks.
yeah. And like I paid off my credit cards and shit, so it's like, oof. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get it because I'll never have another convenient opportunity.
Right? It was just they were just doing it right there.
Yeah, they like cut the key, like this little like key
The
thing.
insert.
Yeah. They cut the key and they programmed it, and then they like came out and tested it.
Where'd they do this at?
Costco.
At Costco?
Yeah, they had little booths set up.
Oh yeah, okay. Very cool. Casey, they say hi and they miss you.
Hi guys. I'm getting ready to go live, but just to do a test stream.
She's gonna go live for like an hour to do a test stream, so if you want to say hi, you'll have an opportunity.
Yeah. And if so, did you tell them that we're having our nice dinner today?
No, I didn't spoil it. I'll tell them about it later. Can a super neurotypical psychologist continuously misread a very neurodivergent person? Yes. Definitely. I feel like I gotta add that issue. Yeah, so this is one of the things that you'll see sometimes when you're working with, a doctor or a counselor is they, maybe they treat a lot of people who have a certain type of diagnosis and maybe they kind of get into a rigid way of thinking about what a person with this diagnosis looks like and acts like, and they start to form these internalized stereotypes. That's why whenever I did case management, I would oftentimes get assigned clients who were on the autism spectrum because I work really well with that population. People have been afraid to work with me before because I have BPD. When you work, sometimes people with BPD can be frustrating, but working with anybody can be frustrating. Like when you recognize the behaviors and you learn not to take them personally, that's what makes all the difference. Like I was doing therapy with a client who had BPD, and they would always leave me messages and they were always, splitting on somebody, they're kind of just really going at it. What I would do is I wouldn't even listen to the message. I'm just like, okay, they're splitting right now. They're just really agitated. They're really caught up in their frustration. So, whenever I go and talk to them next time, they're like, hey, you probably heard my message, and they feel like they have to be like apologetic and stuff. I'm just like, nah, I didn't even listen to it. I could tell you were just upset, so you don't even have to worry about it. Because, sometimes people with BPD, they have a hard time letting people in, letting people close, and they'll push you away. Sometimes seemingly for reasons that, you might not even make sense to you or to them. They just, they panic and they split on you and they, cuss you out or say some stuff. Just don't take it personally. People with BPD harm themselves by harming their relationships. They're also some of the realest people you'll ever meet, so that's why I love them. Love the realness. Just look at this. What was this? $2? $2 from Costco? This is $2, right? $1.99. Oh yeah. I feel really nice here. We're happy to have you. Join us. Join. Let me get back into this question. Sorry, questioner. We've been all over the place. I had pizza arrive while we were talking. I don't want to spend hundreds of dollars an hour to talk to a therapist that doesn't know me. Now, I just want to remind you, sometimes that's actually what you want. You want somebody who just does not know you so that they can give you a completely non-biased outside perspective. Sometimes that's exactly what you need. So it's not always a bad thing. So just keep that in mind. Especially if you have a clear set of goals going into therapy. You know what it is you want to work on, and you know what it is you really want to talk about and process. You can just get right to it. Not a bad thing. I don't have that kind of money, time, or patience. Hey, me either, brother. Especially when this community and others on Twitch have done more to help me be my own therapist than I think anyone I have access to in the healthcare system might. My head is already big enough. Why are we trying to make it even bigger? You see how big my head is already? You can't go and say these things to me. It's gonna keep growing. I'm gonna come in here looking like Megamind. I wish I had less patience. You know, maybe instead of less patience, instead of focusing on reducing something, maybe we need to focus on increasing something else. So what would the opposite of that be? Maybe assertiveness? Maybe I need to be more assertive. Maybe I need to be more, willing to set a boundary when it needs to. I just find that in general, whenever we're trying to work on ourselves, it's helpful to focus on areas of growth rather than things we need to reduce. When we look at it as this is something I have to reduce, it's could make us feel worse about ourselves. Now, don't get me wrong, sometimes there are things that it's yeah, I need to cut this out, I need to be real with myself, I need to not do this, and that's okay, but not all the time. An official therapist isn't always the best way to get better. I agree. As someone who's been an official therapist, it isn't always the best way to get better. Sometimes therapists can just be kind of coddling, sometimes you just go there to feel better, to be told you're not the problem, to feel validated. So, yeah, sometimes it's not for everybody. But it depends on the therapist. It depends on what your goals are. It depends on what you're working towards. I agree that it's not the only legitimate way to heal and get better. I agree. It's just the standard is the thing. So whenever people talk about it, that's the standard that they base it off of. You know, when they think of how do you get better mentally? Therapy? Getting a new job? Going on vacation? Like, I don't know. Like, what comes to mind for people? Exercising? Am I being reasonable by deciding not to deal with the US healthcare system when it comes to mental health? Probably. I will say, though, that if you are concerned about, like, financial reasons, there are options, you know, where you can get access to, like, sliding scale payments, so that you don't have to pay as much. It can be much more manageable. A lot of this is done through, like, community mental health care type places.
Yeah, I just had to call around and do, like, the same thing for my dad. And I was like getting myself, like, so, like, anxious about it. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to be such an ordeal. But I literally just called and I was like, hey, I'm trying to set up an appointment for my dad. He's on low income. What do I do for, like, his intake? And they were like, you know, you just walk in and bring his ID and something that proves his address. And then, you know, like, I think they might have said something about a paycheck stub or something, but proof of income. Proof of income. And then they'll do it on a sliding scale. And they were like, you know, you might end up paying, you know, for the whole appointment, which was like around like 120. They were like, you might pay 50, you might pay 10%. It just depends on what they grade you on.
Yep. You might only end up paying a small fraction of what they would otherwise charge. So it's worth looking into if it's something you're interested in. But if it's something that still feels a bit inaccessible, you know, trying what you can on your own is still helpful. As long as you feel like it's not hurting you. Other than my green screen. I've always licked my own wounds and dealt with my emotions myself. It's to the point that it's pretty automatic, and I'm honestly pretty good at it. I think I have a balanced and fair approach to my shit. Compassionate to myself, but also no bullshit. Anyway, even though I'm good at it, I want to start letting people in or sort of relying on others a little more so I can feel more understood and closer to people. Good. Good. Also, it's nice to get that outside perspective. Sometimes you might think that you're being fair and reasonable with yourself until you tell a friend about it and they're like, hey man, you don't have to beat yourself up like that. And then you're like, huh, I guess I never looked at it that way. Because the thing is that as fair as we may feel with ourselves, we need perspective in order to gauge that. We're only basing ourselves off of how we treat ourselves. We have nothing to compare it to. So we want to let people in so that they can offer us that new perspective. I say this because I've met a lot of people who felt that they were very fair with themselves, but in reality, you know, from my perspective, they were being very harsh with themselves. Weird thing to ask, but what kind of browser do I use? I'm still using Google Chrome, even though I probably shouldn't. I just got a fancy new computer with all this improved hardware so that I can run Google Chrome. The thing is, I know others can help me, but I feel that I can help myself better and faster. I want to give an example, and the immediate example that came to me was inappropriate, so let me think of something a little more appropriate. How about this? If you have a sore back and you try to massage your own back, you try to rub your own sore muscles, it feels okay. You know where you hurt. You can get to it quicker. But having someone else rub your back, it might feel even better. Seeing that that's the example I gave, you might be able to imagine what originally came to my mind. Sometimes it feels nicer to have somebody else do something for you than to have to do it yourself. And that's where I'm going to leave it. It's like, sure, you might be able to do it faster, but, you know, sometimes having somebody else do it feels nicer. Hmm? Oh, your lights are off? Oh, you need me to turn them on? You want me to come turn them on for you? Alright. Casey needs me to turn her lights on for her. I'll be right back. Want some cheese? Here, have a little bit of cheese. Not too much, just a little. He's starving. I know, this poor orange boy, he's always hungry. He's always hungry, isn't he? Oh, look at him. Look at the size of him. Oh, Beaver. Oh, you're not in a mood to deal with me right now? Okay. Alright. I give him a little bit of cheese. You know, you don't want to give him too much. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. tiny little piece. I try to be really careful about the kind of stuff that you give the cats and dogs, because you don't want to give them something that's going to be bad for them, you know? That includes stuff like this, which, you know, has very high fat. It's got a lot of sodium. You got to be really careful. Just a little bit, just a little tiny piece as a treat. He enjoys knocking the water down. It's true. And we got a bigger water bowl that he can't knock over. We finally beat him. We got a bigger, badder water bowl that he can't move. And so he just tips over other stuff with water in it now. Like he tipped over the watering can we had for the plant. He's just like... And then after he does it, he just lays next to it and he just looks so pleased with himself. He's so funny. All right, let me get back into this question here. It's hard to vocalize everything precisely and deal with it cleanly when someone else gets involved. It feels like training a new employee when I know I can just do the job quickly myself. True, but sometimes it's worth taking that time and that investment because it means less work for you down the road. This kind of ties into a topic that we covered a while back, hyper-independence. You know who you are. Mm-hmm. This is some of that hyper independence. Or like, I can do it better myself. I don't need anybody's help. And it's nice to be independent. It's nice to be capable, and it's nice to have all those skills. But you got to look at it as, you know, this is me growing closer with people. This is me, you know, helping people to understand me better. This is me helping myself to understand them better. It's a way of growing closer. It's a good thing. You're not spending that time together because you have to, but because you get to. And also, the fact I'm often not even aware of my own emotions until I'm alone and things finally come out of hiding for me to process myself, and that doesn't give me the chance to vocalize things to other people. So I always feel like friends and loved ones are always missing so many chapters of what I'm going through, and sometimes it's too much to catch them up on. But you got time. You got time to catch up. You know, we don't have to catch up all at once. We can take time to catch up. And that's okay. My friends often comment on how I always seem so solid and chill, and most of our discussions are about the chaos in their lives. Are you me? Did I write this? I'm just trying to figure out how I can let go and control the process less and trust others and sort of experience and vocalize my emotions and talk about my life while it's happening. Hope that makes sense. Thanks. It does. It does make sense. You want me to just get right to it? Just get right to the brass tacks? Letting go of control is scary. Not just for you. This isn't something that's unique to you. This is something that all of us deal with. We like things to be controllable. And when things are out of control, it feels stressful. And so this is, you know, we're having a hard time relinquishing some of that control. We don't have to hold on to stuff with such a tight, white knuckle grip. It's okay to let other people step up. Let other people do some stuff. You know, if you want a flower to bloom, you don't squeeze it. You gotta let it go. You gotta be gentle. You gotta let it unfold. If you ever feel like you're having a hard time figuring out what you're thinking or what you're feeling when you're talking to somebody, remember this important phrase. Give me a moment. Let me think about that. You know, you don't have to like snappily answer quickly. You can take time to pause and think when you're talking to somebody about this kind of stuff. It's okay. It doesn't have to be a rapid fire back and forth exchange. Or even just giving, you know, letting people know that, you know, maybe I just need some more time to think. That's okay too. You'll never know just how helpful other people can be until you give them the opportunity to do that. But if we're just only going to do things all on our own, all the time, then we're never going to really find out just what other people can do for us. My autistic alexithymia goes hard. That's a helpful tip. Another helpful tip is to just hit him with this one. You know, you could just go, You've given me a lot to think about. If you need time to think, show them that you're thinking. Do the thinker's pose. Some of the most meaningful and profound conversations that you will have in your life are the ones that give you time to think during the conversation. But no, I get you. I relate to this. It's like, I'm pretty crafty. I'm pretty capable. You know, I don't like asking for help either. But we can get a lot more done together than any one of us can do on our own. Like, sure, can you build an entire house on your own? Yeah. But it's, you know, it's going to take you longer. It's going to be harder. You're going to have to do all the heavy lifting on your own. You also run a bigger risk of, you know, harming yourself in the process. You know, straining yourself. Me? Okay. Can I elaborate? On which part? Asking for help is a strength. And if we're strong enough to do everything on our own, are we strong enough to ask for help? We mistake asking for help as a weakness. In reality, it's not. It's essential. We can't have made it as far as we have as a species if we weren't able to help each other to get this far. The most meaningful convos will be the ones where you have the time to think. Well, that's because there's no rush. The other person is being attentive and patient, and, they're not demanding that you answer them quickly. You've got time to think before you respond so that you can give a more thoughtful, meaningful, earnest response. Which is why sometimes in therapy, when somebody says something, you don't even necessarily need to say anything in response to them. You can just be there with them in that moment and just, let them know that you heard them. Show them that you're thinking about it. We live in a very fast-paced culture, and I feel like there's a misconception that conversation needs to be snappy and quick and responsive, and if you take too long to respond to someone, you're disrespecting them or something. Sometimes you need time to cook. Including meditation, journaling, and exercise, are there any other habits to incorporate that help someone understand what they want, socially, physically, emotionally, like some kind of enlightenment practice? Mindfulness. Ooh, I know this one. It's mindfulness. Am I right? I think so. The thing about mindfulness is that it's something that you can do in conjunction with anything else. It's just about how you think about things. It's about how aware are you of what you're doing while you're doing it. Being aware of your actions, being aware of your emotions, being aware of your thoughts. I've got another one. It's not just mindfulness. Gratitude. What do you have in this life that you are grateful for? The people, the animals, the plants, the rocks. Maybe you got a rock you really like. If you want to train your brain to be more actively joyful, the way that you strengthen those connections is by practicing gratitude. You have to actively, consciously put yourself into a place where you are reflecting on the things that you are happy about, the things that bring you joy, the things that you can say, I am glad this exists, I am glad this is here. Mindfulness is always step one. And the thing about mindfulness is that as mindful as you may feel, what you'll realize is I can always be more mindful. I feel like I'm at 100%. I'm going to make that 100% my new 1%. And then I'm going to go to the next level. I've tried the gratitude thing, but somehow repeating those things made me more sad because it's like glad to be alive. Give me some examples of some things that you're grateful for. I want to hear some things that you're grateful for. These could be people, this could be things, this could be experiences, this could be characteristics, you know, this could be qualities of your character. I am grateful that I, you know, have the ability to learn and grow and change. I'm grateful for the opportunity, you know, to experience all of this, whatever all this is. Your dog would be so fucking pumped to hear you say that. Like if he could speak English. You're like, hey, D, I'm grateful for you. He'd start like spinning around and barking. He'd be freaking out. He'd be like, no way. You love me too? No way. I can try the things you said, grateful for opportunities. The more you think about it, the more that you will find that there are things to be grateful for. That's the beauty of that practice. So it's like whenever you feel like you've run out of stuff, keep looking, keep going. There's always more to find. You know, even if you're just, like if you live in a place and it's clean outside, like I'm grateful that somebody, you know, picks up the trash out here. I'm glad that, you know, I'm grateful that the sun is shining. You know, I'm grateful for a comfortable sweater or a cozy blanket. I'm grateful for a piece of music. I'm grateful to have been alive at the same time as some of, you know, these fantastic people that inspire me. Just keep going, keep strengthening that connection. The more practiced you are at putting yourself into a place of gratitude, the more easily these things will come to you. I'm grateful for $1.99 pizza at Costco. I'm grateful for the hot dog combo. The Middle Ages are just brutal. Yeah, I'm playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 right now, and let me just say, it's rough. It's rough living in the 1400s. I'm grateful for all of you. Anyway, let's get back into this question. This might be a silly question. I don't think it is. I think this is a perfectly fine question. I don't know if I'm making sense, and I find it difficult to know exactly what I want, and I don't know if it's indecisiveness. And if it is, how do I help myself become less indecisive? Thank you. Ah. This to me sounds like you're on a path and you're starting to reach a point where you're like, okay, what next? Where do I go from here? How do I take this to the next level? And then the light bulb comes on over your head, and then you're like, oh yeah, of course, it's so obvious now, I get it. It's one of those moments. In those moments of quiet, those moments of meditation, of inner peace, just focus on wanting to be in the moment that you are in. Wanting to be right here, right now, exactly where I'm supposed to be. All of my experiences, all of my thoughts, all of my actions have brought me to this point. I'm right where I want to be. Celebrating another meaningful step on my journey. Oh yeah, I love the crust. A good crust can make or break a pizza. Repeat after me. I am here. This is now. I'm going to Europe. Ooh. London, France, a few places, Amsterdam, in the next 2 weeks. Weird question, but curious on opinions because I'm really not sure. Thoughts on if I should say I'm Canadian if asked? My BF said it's a bitch move, but like... Your boyfriend said that? Tell your boyfriend that I said that calling something a bitch move is a bitch move. It's called strategy, brother. Like, I'm trying to have a nice vacation. I'm not trying to get spat on. You gotta be realistic here. Some of these touristy places, they don't really, they're not really that fond of Americans, especially right now. Don't be sorry for being Canadian. Oh no, they're not Canadian. That's the thing. They're American, but they're asking if they should say that they're Canadian. Realistically, okay, let's just say this. Realistically, it probably won't matter all that much. Just realistically, as long as you're polite and respectful and, you're not boisterous and, you're not getting in anybody's way, you're not doing anything unusual, then you'll be just fine. You got nothing to worry about. If you give them no reason to question where you're from through the way that you're acting, then it's not really going to be a problem. I'm more embarrassed than ever to be a US citizen, and I'm worried that people will be mean to me because they are mad, rightfully so, with us. I mean, it could give you an opportunity to have some empathy, You could say, I know you're going to hate to hear it, but I'm actually from America. Like, I get it. I hate it too. Like, you could use this as an opportunity to, like, connect. But, like, right? Don't we suck? As long as you're polite, like, you can expect that people will probably be polite to you. It's like, I don't know. Like, or you could say, oh, where am I from? Oh, I'm actually from Saskatoon. I'm from Canada. Are you familiar with Saskatoon? Oh, it's not that big of a city. We got about 200,000 people. It's one of the largest cities in Saskatchewan, actually. I don't know how many people live in Saskatoon. I just made that up. a guess. Could have been wrong. Make sure you look it up first. If you're gonna tell people you're Canadian, you should at least have a cover story. Or just get a shirt with the Canadian flag on it. Just walk around in that. You don't have to tell anybody. They'll just, you're like, oh yeah, okay. Like, odds are things will probably be fine. You know, odds are things will probably be fine. I would encourage your boyfriend to try to drop a bitch move from his vernacular, because it's kind of outdated and it's kind of crude. But, yeah, you should be fine. Have fun on your trip. Pretty damn close. I was born in Saskatoon, 288,000. See, the reason why I know is I've actually got a few friends that are from Canada, and a lot of them are actually from Saskatoon. One of them lives out in Vancouver now, and he's always talking about the goddamn real estate out there. It's crazy, isn't it? The prices of homes out in Vancouver is just ridiculous now. You could also just do a full-on Jordan Peterson accent. That would be funny. Have fun on your trip. Take lots of pictures. Bring me back something French. Do you remember that quote? Can anyone tell me what that quote's from? Bring me back something French. Have a great trip. Bring me back something French. Home Alone. You got it. You're right. You got it. It's from Home Alone 1.
Have a good trip. Bring me back something French.
Yeah. Just try to be respectful and polite and give people nothing to complain about. How do I know if I might have BPD versus another disorder like ASD/ADHD/PTSD or some combination of the three? What makes BPD stand out to those disorders? An essay question. All right, let's get to it. Let's break it down. This one's going on my midterm. All right. For a second, I just want you to take a step back from diagnostic labels altogether. Pretend that those labels don't even exist. All I want you to think about are symptoms. What are the behaviors? What are the emotional responses? What are the thoughts that we might be dealing with. You know, what are the symptoms? This is what I really want you to think about. What are the symptoms? Because when you think about all of these different things that you named, there are overlapping symptoms that you could see from all of those things. And depending on who you talk to and who diagnoses you, you know, you might get a different diagnosis because there is a lot of overlap here. So, what I want to say is that in treating a person, it's more important to be fully aware of what their symptoms are and then work to treat those symptoms. It's much more important to do that than it is to have the right diagnostic label on them. Diagnostic labels are just meant to be a point of reference for the people who provide care. They are meant to be a code that you can use to bill the insurance company, and it's just a list of symptoms. So you might have a little bit of symptoms, from these different things, and that can be confusing. It can be confusing, like, what disorder do I have? Don't think of mental health conditions like diseases. It's not like I either have pneumonia or I have, some other disease. I have, tuberculosis. It's not like that. It's not like you either have one or the other. What you're dealing with are symptoms. You're dealing with emotional reactivity, difficulty managing and regulating your emotions, dealing with anxiety or depression, inattentiveness, irritability. You could find all of those in pretty much any of those diagnoses I just named. The thing that makes BPD stand out compared to those disorders is that BPD is the only one that is a personality disorder. A personality disorder carries a lot more oomph, a lot more stigma associated with it. Because saying that something is a personality disorder is basically just saying, oh, that's been there pretty deep, isn't it? Pretty ingrained. So, how do you know what you have? It depends on what the doctor tells you have. Depending on what you tell the doctor and what the doctor sees and the patterns that the doctor can identify, you might get a different diagnosis in between doctors even. So what I would really focus on is, what are my symptoms? What is it that I'm trying to work on? Do I need to work on my emotional reactivity? Do I need to work on how to regulate myself? Do I need to work on how to be more mindful? Do I need to work on my interpersonal skills? What do I need to work on? Because that's what really matters. The label is just a label. One of the things that you'll see if you work in the mental health field is that you could see two people with the same diagnosis that display completely different symptoms. Because a lot of these diagnoses have so many symptoms in them that you can have a lot of disparity in between people who are diagnosed with the same thing. And so a lot of practitioners are starting to try to move away from this old system of diagnosing people. And we're trying to focus more on what are the symptoms that they're dealing with. Because that's what you treat. You treat the symptoms. Anyway, since you want to know how do I know if I might have BPD, it takes a long time to accurately diagnose BPD. Because this has to be a long-standing behavioral pattern and the person needs to have a thorough understanding of what your history is. If you meet a doctor for the first time and they diagnose you with BPD, meeting you one time, go to another doctor. and suspiciously women or men have more of one or the other. This is true. There's also sexism baked into certain types of diagnosis. For example, women are more likely to be diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. Men are more likely to be diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder. When at the end of the day, you're basically just dealing with the different manifestations of the same set of underlying symptoms. As it turns out, people will manifest their symptoms differently based on social and cultural expectations of them. So at the end of the day, what's important is you getting better, right? What is important is you getting better. The label that a doctor puts on you of what diagnosis you have, that doesn't really matter as much as treating what is ailing you. What are the symptoms you're dealing with? Am I anxious? Am I depressed? Do I feel all over the place? Do I feel scattered? Do I feel timid? Do I feel afraid? Do I feel avoidant? Do I feel too angry? You know, what am I dealing with? What's going on here? That's what you treat. I've also seen people fall into the trap of like building their identity around their diagnosis. You see this a lot if you work at like a community mental health place and there's like social groups and there's like, you know, there's people who make friends at the place and they go there every day. They're there all day, every day. You know, they start to formulate an identity around their diagnosis. I have this diagnosis, therefore I act in a way that a person with this diagnosis should act. What really gets me though is TikTok. TikTok kind of glamorizes symptoms. And it can kind of lead to people, you know, embellishing their symptoms and manifesting symptoms that they might not otherwise have. For me, the most helpful part of a diagnosis is the protections it gives me under the ADA. Hey, there you go. Anyway. As we were saying, the important thing is to figure out what your symptoms are, because we've all got some symptoms. We've all got some symptoms we're trying to work through. I've never met a person who is just completely devoid of any type of symptom whatsoever. Nobody's got a perfect brain, okay? Neurotypical is a myth. Symptom is a hedgehog. Treatment recommendations: eat mealworms, spend time in sun, dig a nice hole. My girlfriend of 6 months broke up with me 2 days ago, and I did some things I regret, like not giving her the space she needed. All the reasons she gave for the breakup were things we had long discussions about, things that could have been solved with communications, but I wouldn't let her be, and I regret that. I've never been in a relationship before, so I just didn't know what to do. Hey, you can't fault yourself for that. How were you supposed to know? Sometimes you don't know what to do until you find out what not to do. This is a part of connecting with people. This is a part of having relationships. Sometimes we mess up, and sometimes we gotta live with that so that we can go on to do better and not repeat those mistakes. This girl is so special to me, and I just want to be there for her. She insists that it's not because she doesn't love me, but because she isn't feeling good about herself and needs to focus on herself. That's the reason I was so persistent, because I wanted to support her through that. Maybe I'm crazy, but I just feel like needing time doesn't mean we have to close ourselves off completely. We talked about marriage and our future, and now this is so difficult. I promised to give her space, but it's so hard. I don't want to lose her. She's my sweet girl. Ah, I remember. First relationships, 6 months in. I know that this won't help that much right now. I know, but I'm gonna say it anyway. This is one of those things that does get easier in time. You're still new to it, you know. You're still acclimating to it. Everything's new and exciting, and things are, you know, very passionate. I can't look anywhere without being reminded of her. I can't get into my car without thinking of her. I can't look around my room without memories flooding back. Even my family's trampoline makes me cry. And I don't usually cry about most things, but I remember every detail. Our first kiss, the exact time, the date, the setting. I remember every picture, every moment, everything, so anything I look at makes me cry. And now I can't think about my future without crying because I always saw her in it. Now it feels like a piece of me has been ripped away. How am I supposed to move forward when the person that mattered most is just gone? The person that matters most is still here. I'm talking to him. It's you, by the way. I'm talking about you. If you really love her, give her the time she needs, give her the space she needs. And if it's meant to happen, it'll happen. You know, things could be different in a few weeks or in a few months. We don't know that yet. You know, sometimes needing space doesn't always mean I need space forever. But she just accepted me for me. What about you, though? Do you accept you for you? I just want to make sure that you do and that you're not just relying on somebody else to accept you as you are. You should also accept yourself as you are. If we're going to expect anybody else to do it, we should also be willing to do it for ourselves. Can't hug or kiss her ever again. I love to just sit there and let her talk. I just need someone to talk to right now. Thank you so much. I know it hurts, my friend. I know it hurts. And it's gonna hurt. But it will get easier. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not a week from now, but it will. Slowly but surely, things will go back to a sense of normalcy. And so the thing to consider is, what can I learn from this? What can I take with me into the future so that I can be a better partner? So scared of getting over her because I don't want to, then take time in doing that. It's kind of like grief, you know? It's kind of like when you lose somebody and you just want to feel better, you just want to get over it. It's like, no, you want it to hurt. You want to feel those feelings. It's what helps you to remember that you're human. Wish they'd invent a new way out that isn't through. You could also go over. You could also go under, but I wouldn't recommend it. Can I just get a quick show of hands? Who here is still in a relationship with the very first person that they dated? I'm gonna give you a slightly different perspective on this. So hear me out here for a minute. I remember being in my first relationship, and I remember how exciting and new and, passionate things felt. You're in a relationship. This is new to me. I've never done this before. Oh my God, I'm hanging out with somebody and they think I'm cool and they want to talk to me. But here's what happens for most people who continue to stay with that very first person that they ever are with. They're always going to have that question in the back of their mind. What if? You're gonna find yourself wondering, was I too hasty? Did I make the right choice? So there's always going to be a little bit of doubt. There's always going to be a little bit of uncertainty. You'll always still have those memories. Those aren't going anywhere. You can look back on those memories fondly. And in time, this pain that you feel, that sting, it will fade. And you'll be left with the memories. Sometimes it works, though. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does, but I find that that's definitely, like you said, it's more of the exception. I feel so alone, this helps. Let me just say that in this, you are very much not alone. We've got a lot of people here who have gone through the same type of thing. That first big heartbreak. All I can say is don't allow this to have you make your heart turn cold. Because that's what some people do when their heart is broken. They harden up. They get colder. They get resentful. They become more resistant to opening up to love. And so if there's anything to take away from this is keep your heart open to love. I wouldn't quite call it lost yet. And it's not. It's not. You never know. Things could change in the future. But, you know, if it is done, then it is done. You know? We don't want to be the type of person to, like, hang on to hope for, like, years and years. Like, you know, we need to have a little bit more self-respect. But yeah, this is still a very fresh wound for sure. But one thing that you'll notice when you love again, and you will love again, what you'll notice is that this love feels very familiar, very similar, but also completely different, completely new. You know, you haven't experienced everything that love has to offer and all of the excitement that can come with meeting someone new. So that's one of the things that you can look forward to. Whenever you find that next person that you really click with, and it feels familiar, but also new and interesting and exciting. I wish I could just take it away, but I can't. Yep. It sucks to see somebody that you care about feeling pain and wanting to take it away. You know, just say, like, put it on me, I'll take it. You know, I don't want them to hurt. The closest thing you can do is just allow yourself to hurt with them. You know, just be there with them. What would you say to someone whose heart hardened many years ago? Crack that thing open, like a geode. Pop that bad boy open. That's what I'd say. It's never too late, is what I'd say. You ever seen The Christmas Story? Ebenezer Scrooge, he didn't get his shit together till he was an old man. Better late than never. If you want to let more love into that heart of yours, you gotta open it up a little bit. We put a lot of walls around our heart, you know? We want to protect the love that we know, and we're afraid of losing it. And what we end up doing is we end up limiting ourselves. I get nervous when I need to stand up for myself because I consistently feel like I need to keep apologizing. The only person you need to apologize to right now is you. Maybe we could work on practicing our phrasing. You know, if we're chronic apologizers. You could also add some magic words to the end of an apology. Instead of saying, I'm sorry, you could say, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. If you get nervous when you need to stand up for yourself, then lean into that feeling. You gotta follow that feeling. Because that's the feeling that you need to work through in order to be able to stand up for yourself better. So follow that feeling. If you start to notice yourself getting nervous, good. It means you're working in the right direction. So keep going. I've done that. Now I just explain without apologizing. Okay, and that's a good realization. That's a really important step to take. But I would also like to remind you that you don't owe us an explanation. We're just glad you're here. Old tip I heard a long time ago was to replace "I'm sorry" with "thank you." Yeah, instead of "thank you for letting me know." Thank you for confiding that in me. You know? Oh, it was probably just the way that I was holding my microphone. Yeah, instead of saying "I'm sorry," say "thank you for telling me that." Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate you telling me. How do you feel about that? There's so many great things that you can replace "I'm sorry" with. Try some on for size and see which ones work for you. Thank you, I'm late. No, okay, so the example that they were talking about, instead of apologizing, you say "thank you." The example would be, instead of saying "I'm sorry, I'm late," say "thank you for waiting." Or you could even get fancy with it and say, "I appreciate you waiting. I appreciate your patience." All right, questioner, if you really want to build up your confidence and you really want to be able to stand up for yourself, what I need you to do is practice standing up straight, practice your battle cries, start pounding on your chest like a gorilla, and next thing you know, you'll be able to stare down the devil himself. I'm half joking, but I'm also half serious. I'm a big fan of primal therapy for like nervous or avoidant people. Like, get it all out. Like, let's go out to the woods. Let's yell. Let's just like really belt it. When someone has something bad happen, like a death of a pet or a family, what is better to say than sorry for your loss? How are you holding up? That's my go-to. How are you holding up? I just want the person to know I care, and I'm not just saying it because that's what everyone says. You are letting them know that you care by being there and by asking them or just being present. You know, that is you communicating that you care. It's not all just about words. Most of what goes on in communication is nonverbal. So your presence is already a big factor in letting them know that you care. Also, there's nothing wrong with saying it. There's nothing wrong. Like, I just want to go back and say, like, we feel like it might be insincere or whatever, or it might be overdone, it might be overplayed. It doesn't mean that it's not necessarily genuine. It doesn't mean it's just, it's overused is all. It doesn't mean it's not sincere. Also, instead of asking if there's anything I can do, maybe suggest things. That's a good one. You know, just saying, you know, hey, let me know if there's anything I can do. That is just kind of like vague. Alternatively, you could also just let them know, like, hey, I just want to let you know, like, I'll stop by, I'll bring some food by later. You know, I'll what day would work for you? Sometimes you just offer, you know? Sometimes you just put it out there and say, hey. Because they might be in a place where they feel bad to even ask for that type of support. I think it matters on the situation. You know, it matters how well you know the person. Like, if this is somebody that you don't really know that well, then just letting them know, like, hey, I'm sorry for your loss. That's okay. That's fine. If this is a close friend, it's like you're gonna want to address it a little bit differently. You know, this is a friend. This isn't a colleague from work. This isn't somebody from, you know, a different department whose aunt passed away or something and you don't even really know you've never met the person. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm not lying. I am. It feels bad. Losing people sucks. We agree. grief is such a specific thing. It's true. Not only is grief unique every time you experience it, it's unique between people. You know, you might lose one person and you might not, like, you might feel bad about it. It might be sad, but you might get over it relatively quickly. And then you have other people that you might lose and it's like, damn. Like, this hits differently. Also, I always thought of sorry as like an apology. Typically it is. Yeah, typically it is, but it's also used in this case as like, you know, just letting somebody know that, hey, I feel bad that you feel bad. You feel bad and that makes me feel bad. But I wouldn't recommend saying that to somebody. Like, hey, I can tell you feel pretty bad right now. That really bums me out. Which is why, again, when you asked me originally what I like to say instead, what I like to ask a person is, how are you holding up? You know, like, how are you doing? You feeling okay? Like, how are things? You hanging in there? Hi, stream. Everybody say hi. Drinks. Oh my god, I'm out of beverages. Hi stream. I just made a thoughtless mistake by telling my estranged, drug-addicted father that I have a new job, and therefore am a source for him to ask for things and potentially make me feel guilty about. Oh boy. Uh-oh. I just want to say that you are completely valid in just not doing a goddamn thing. Just so you know. I liked hearing from him, so I accidentally told him this and was excited myself and didn't think about it until today when he called me on payday asking for money. You know what you should do is start calling and asking him for money. I don't know how appropriate this would be, but one of the things that I think is kind of an interesting way to handle this type of situation, if somebody calls and asks you for money, let them know, like, oh, hey, no, I'm actually broke right now. I was actually about to call you and ask you for some money. Shit, you're broke too? Well, goddamn. It could be a great way to make sure that somebody never calls and asks you for money again. You could show them just how annoying they're being by doing it to them. This is one of those situations where, like, I love a little white lie. You know, if a little white lie can resolve the conflict, I'm all for it. Like, do we really need to get down into it and be like, now, Father, I have told you time and time again that I need you to respect my boundaries, and it's inappropriate and it makes me feel uncomfortable and you ask me for money. Like, okay, do you think he's going to respond well to that? This estranged, drug addicted, like, financially dependent person? Probably not. Probably not. They're going to be like, how dare you, you disrespectful little POS. Like, you seem to be pro-lie, I've noticed. Honesty is the best policy, but sometimes in order to save myself extra grief, like in a situation like this, I am pro-lie. I'll be honest about it. Save yourself the drama. Like, do you want to spend the next 3 hours arguing with this person so that you can just end up getting frustrated and ruin your whole week? Or do you want to just be like, damn, you're broke? That sucks. I'm broke too. Like, which one's easier? Sometimes a harmless little lie to protect your own sanity is okay. I stand by that. I stand by it. I won't deny it. There's a time and a place for it, you know? Time and a place for it. It's like, look at it this way. You've got a 3-year-old and they're crying and screaming because they want ice cream. And you don't want to drive to the store. You don't want to go get them ice cream. So you say like, hey, buddy, the ice cream store's closed right now. Yeah, they closed early today. It's like that level of lie. It's just like, I'm just gonna save myself the trouble. Like, this doesn't need to be a big, drawn out, blown up argument. I'm just gonna shut this down. Is that wrong of me to do? I don't know. Maybe. Honesty is the best policy, but sometimes, you know, to sit down and be completely honest with somebody is exhausting. Especially when it... Okay, now, the reason why I would say that in this type of situation is it's like, if you're dealing with a person who doesn't really respect your boundaries, like just calling you on payday to ask you for money when they don't really have much engagement or interest in your life, it's like, okay, is this somebody that I need to show them the respect and honesty and, you know, forthcomingness? You know, but like, no, not really. Just find a way to shut it down. Beat them at their own game. We can't watch Bluey right now. She's in Australia and it's her bedtime. She's sleeping. And then what happens when the kid grows up and figures out the ice cream store was open all along? You say, you know what? I'm sorry. I did what I had to do. Do you have it in your heart to forgive me? I mean, look at it this way. It's like, do we want to sit down and have that conversation? Like, do we want, like, what do you want the relationship with this person to be like, you know? Like, do you want to fix the relationship? You want to mend the relationship? It's like, sure, we can sit down and talk about it and work on it, but if the other person isn't willing to engage or they're just not really quite ready for it, then, you know, Maybe we need to wait. Maybe we need to wait until they develop some more self-awareness. Who knows? They were all out of milk. Surprised me too. I was asking the employees about it. They said they've never seen anything like it. Just totally out. No cheese in the entire store. Would you believe it? Craziest thing. So yeah, I mean, is there a mature way to sit down and talk about it? Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the correct way to do this. You know, there's the way that saves you the grief, but let's talk about it. Let's say we actually want to get down and dirty with it. Dad, I just want to let you know I don't appreciate you asking me for money. It makes me feel uncomfortable. So I would appreciate you not doing that again. That's where I would get started. I would just start with that. Let him know, hey, this makes me uncomfortable. Don't do it again, please. And then you see how they respond. And then you go from there. That's how you do it the grown-up way. But if you don't feel like doing that, I don't blame you. If you don't feel like doing that, I don't blame you. Because here's the thing. The frustration and the grief of having to deal with an estranged, drug-addicted, looking for like money from you, like just demanding a handout type of family member, it's stressful, it's exhausting. It's frustrating. And so I don't blame a person for just shutting it down and moving on. Instead of sitting down and be like, hey, now we need to talk about this. We need to work through this. If you don't feel like doing that, that's fine. I don't blame you for that. It's still worth giving a try, setting that boundary. But if you don't feel up for it right now, that's okay. You know, do it later when you do feel more prepared to do it. Yeah, there can be a bit of feeling of an obligation, especially when you're dealing with somebody in your family or your parents. It's like, well, we actually had like procedures for strategic stuff. You know, like let's say that you were working with a client and the client was being a little bit too demanding or something. The technique that we would do at the office I worked at was just blame your supervisor. You know, if the client is, you know, being demanding or asking you to do something, just be like, well, my supervisor said I can't. So they're like, you need to keep the good relationship with the client. So if there's anything that, like, you know, you have to make somebody the bad guy, like, I'll be the bad guy, you know? It's pretty much, that's a pretty standard practice for, like, those types of, like, community-based mental health type jobs. Because sometimes people can get a little bit demanding, you know? They can get a little bit, they can test your boundaries. And so the supervisors I've had, they've always been like, you know, if you're ever put in a position where you feel like, you know, they're asking for too much and you want to say no, just blame me. Just say, I told you you couldn't. Is it bad that I offer morally gray advice? I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. Do you ever do sessions for at least a short term? I don't, because I don't really, like, I want to keep doing what I do without giving anybody the wrong idea. And part of what allows me to do what I do is keeping everything out in the open. We talk about it all together. We do it all as a group. There's no, we're not DMing each other. We're not getting into private voice calls. There's none of that. And so everything's above board. Everything's out in the open. And I can, with a guilt-free conscience, do what I do. But as soon as I cross that boundary and I start meeting with people privately, then there's more of an expectation there. And then I'm starting to blur the lines between just being me and doing what I do and being your actual therapist. And I'm not your actual therapist. I know how to do therapy. I've worked as a therapist. I know the techniques. But I'm not your therapist. It's a big difference. I can't falsely represent myself, and I can't falsely represent what it is we're doing. I think one thing that we would try is do like more group sessions in the Discord, so it is more like public and open. I've just known far too many streamers, and I've seen way too many stories of, streamers having these very inappropriate boundaries with the people in their community. And I just have no interest in even giving anybody any ideas. So I have a pretty strict no DMing policy. Like, if you want to talk to me about something, we'll talk about it in the open. Or you can submit it to the anonymous question box and we'll all talk about it together. And I think it's definitely those boundaries that allow me to do what I do. This basically is group therapy, by the way. I mean, technically it isn't. Technically, but it kind of is. Informal. Oh, okay, there you go. Is the person who said that they watched Twitch therapists and they were worried about how people would respond to that? Just tell them that you do online group therapy. Just tell them I do a little bit of online group therapy. Like, yeah, it's unofficial. It's more of like a support group type thing, but it has been really helpful. Or you can give them my business card. Speaking of, I need to make business cards. Eggshell or ivory? Good question. Good question. Eggshell or ivory? I'm going with ivory on this one. I like that it's a little bit cooler. Kind of like the cooler tone. The eggshell's a bit warmer. It isn't bad. It'll look great in a bathroom. Like a business card? For a business card, I want it to look like outer space. But yeah, I've had people ask me about that before, like private sessions. I've even had people offer to pay me to do private sessions, and I've like, my answer on that has always been like, not something I do, not something I really plan to do. I don't know. Maybe if I find a good way to do it in a way that doesn't feel, I don't know. You got all sorts of people charging hundreds of dollars to do life coaching Zoom calls, and it just kind of feels a little bit grifty. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. We got an important question for you. Which of these colors do you like better? See, they like the ivory. See, I told you're with me. See, I also said the ivory. No, right is the clear winner here. They look even more similar when I don't have my polarized lenses on. When I have my polarized lenses on, they look a little bit different. There's a little bit more distinction between the warmer eggshell and the cooler ivory. But when I take them off, it's like, oh, yeah. Ivory is strictly the incorrect choice. Depends on the application. If I'm painting a bathroom, I'm going with the eggshell. If I'm making business cards, I'm going with the one on the right. Yeah, we love the cool tones. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, you don't really want a cool tone off-white in your bathroom. That's going to make it feel weird in there. Driving to Orlando for the weekend. Gonna hit up Universal Studios. Let's fucking go. Join us in following Schnurfygoob. Who did a shout out for Schnurfygoob? Cutie Cheeks accidentally did a shout out for Snurfygoob. Join us in following Schnurfygoob. Yeah, sure, why not? Sure, why not? Don't encourage him. Also, this is a good opportunity for you to check your posture. Gamers, I want to make sure that you're not hunching that back. Make sure you're sitting up straight. Make sure you're balancing on that BBL. Not you calling me out. That's why I said it. I knew you needed to hear it. Chi-Chi's up. That's a deep cut. Floribama Shore. One of my favorite reality TV shows. Floribama Shore. Too much barfing. There was a lot of gross shit that was going on in that show. That show was wild. It gets really heated up in the like second and third season when they're like roid raging out. It's crazy. It's crazy. Anyway, stream, chat. We're all caught up in the question box right now. I need to get another drink. I'm thirsty and I'm all out of beverages. So let me put something on for you real quick and I'll be right back. I'm gonna run and grab a soda. I will be right back, everybody. If you have a question, feel free to drop it in that question box. We'll be right back. Oh, Atticus, you need something, bud? All right, I'm coming. I'm coming, bud. Ah! I'm back. I'm back, and look who hopped on for a ride. Look who's here. Look who's here. Wait, I clicked Beaver, what'd you do? He clicked this. He clicked it. He switched my scene. Beaver, who taught you how to work OBS? You learned by watching me? See you later. He heard food. He heard food in the other room, and so he ran off. He heard bowls, and he's zooted. I went to the fridge and I was grabbing a drink, and he hopped off the counter and he rode on my shoulders. Because he'll do that. He'll just hop on and he'll just ride me. We'll just walk around the house. He'll just be flat right up there on my shoulder. Shoulder cats are the best. It's true. I trained him to be a shoulder cat from the time he was a baby. And now he can leap off of the counter and I can catch him. It's pretty cool. Also, it takes a lot of getting used to. You get a lot of scratches. Can someone link the dick sword, please? Here, there you go. Well, gang, we're here. We'll take some more questions if we get some more questions. Right now we're all caught up though, so we're kind of just hanging out. Casey and I have a dinner reservation in about 2 hours. We're gonna go out and get some dinner. So I need to get all dressed up. I need to get all dressed up. From where? We're going to a fancy restaurant. Eating at a fancy restaurant. I'll tell you all about it later. I'll take pictures. What genre of food? Fine. Fine dining. How was the gambling addiction stream? The gambling addiction stream, I thought it turned out pretty good. We had a lot of information to cover, so we kind of took a very broad approach to a lot of different things, but I feel like we people enjoyed it. People they were telling me it was good. People told me it was good. That's how I know whether or not a presentation was good. Some people say, hey, that was a good presentation. All right, good. Now I know. Did I post the slides? I wonder. No, I didn't. I didn't upload the slides. But if you want to see it, you can check it out in the VOD. I'm gonna launch this at Casey the next time she comes in here. I'm gonna. Where'd she go? Where'd she get off to? Oh yeah, it was Skeeter Bug's idea. Could put all my slideshows on Patreon. Then you get access to the whole library. Got a lot of presentations now. Not only do I want to do new presentations on new topics, but I also want to redo some of my old presentations, because I've got a lot of them. And I've definitely raised the bar. I definitely raised the bar as far as the quality of the presentation. So it would be nice to revisit, refine some old presentations. You also make YouTube videos / summaries of your presentations, or not yet? I would love to have somebody do that for me. I don't like to listen to myself. I find editing videos of myself insufferable. So what I really need is an editor. Oh, we've got some more questions. Sweet. Let's do it. Let's get to it. Do you have any recommendations for how to deal with indecisiveness? I'm almost 30 and have been through 4 different careers. I just left 6 years of misery in tech behind, and I think I know what I want to do now. I'm just having trouble trusting myself with the investment in grad school. Ah. Well. There are a few different things that you can do when dealing with indecisiveness. You can sit down and play that tape out. You can be like, all right, how would things go if I made this choice? What would that do? Where would that lead me? What sort of opportunities would that lead me to? What sort of things might that prevent me from doing? If I do pursue this opportunity, I might have to leave behind some other opportunities. Just sitting down and really weighing out the decision, coming up with some pros and cons. An even simpler way to approach it is to listen to your gut. I trust my gut. Whenever my gut has an idea or my gut wants to do my thinking for me, I'm like, all right, buddy, you got it. I'll go with what you say. I have another silly little trick that helps with indecisiveness. Let me see. Do I have a coin here? Do I have a coin? I do. Here, let me show you this technique. If you're feeling indecisive about something, try this out. You take a coin, and then you flip it. But we're not going to pay attention to what the coin lands on. That doesn't really matter as much. What we're trying to pay attention to is, after we flip the coin, what are we hoping that it lands on? Because sometimes you don't really know until that coin is in the air what you're hoping for it to land on. What decision to make. So sometimes just going through the action and be like, all right, heads, I'm going to do this. Tails, I'm going to do that. And then in that moment where the coin is in the air, what did you hope it landed on? It's a nice little trick to kind of like help you figure out what it is that you really want to do. So yeah, when we're dealing with indecisiveness, we want to make sure that we're not overthinking. We do want to think and we do want to prepare, which is why we want to do it in a meaningful and productive way. We don't want to just like sit there and just like let our thoughts run wild. Like, write stuff down, come up with a pros and cons list, you know, break it down a little bit, make more sense of it, get a clearer understanding of that next step. Go with the gut. Not much of a question, but wanted to share and perhaps get insight on if anyone else has picked up on hobbies later in life. Ooh, me. I didn't start learning how to throat sing until I was in my 30s. What led me to decide that was I went back and I was looking at, you know, what is something that I've always wanted to learn how to do from the time where I was like a kid. You know, what is something I always thought was cool? What's something I've always wished I knew how to do? That's what I went with. It's like, well, I've always wanted to learn how to do that. I'm like, all right, there you go. There's your thing. Give that a try. So yeah, it's never too late to start picking up on a new hobby. I'm currently 27, never rode a horse before, but I always adored them and wanted to ride when I was 8 or 9, but I picked other hobbies. One day I was scrolling on Facebook and saw a video of someone reining horses and cutting cattle. This is skillfully herding one cattle into a smaller area under a certain amount of time. It was like a switch went off in my brain and I immediately went, I need to do that. I need to learn how to do that. I've not taken this lightly either, and I've been doing so much research. This hobby will be very handy because I have a dream of owning a ranch as well, and learning how to master anything in that field will help. Guess I'm saying, I want to be a cowgirl. Chat, OMG. Hell yeah, we love to see it. Yeehaw, partner. Yeehaw, partner. It's never too late for a new hobby. Also, here's something that I want to remind people of. Sometimes people are resistant from picking up a new hobby because they don't want to be bad at it. They're like, well, if I were to start doing this thing, I'd have to learn how to do it, and then I'd have to be bad at it. But being bad at something is just the start of being kind of good at something. So don't do a hobby just to be the best at that hobby. You know, don't start doing cross stitch or painting or sculpting or learning an instrument so that you can be the best in the world at that thing. Do it because you like to do it. Do it because it makes you happy. Do it because it allows you to be creative and express yourself. That's why you do it. I'm bad at Marvel Rivals, but I'm trying to be less bad. It's because you're a Jeff main. Progress, not perfection, right? If only I could fully adopt this adage. Just keep repeating it to yourself. Just really drill it in there. Remind yourself as many times as necessary until it sticks. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. It's never too late to learn something new. This morning, I woke up and wanted to just rot in bed, but because of advice I heard on this stream, instead, I just ripped the band-aid and got up, put on my shoes, and took a walk outside. I still wanted to rot in bed when I got back, but the fact I was already up helped me keep momentum. That's the thing, that you found it. You found it out. That's why we talk about the importance of momentum. Because once you're up and you're doing stuff, you're like, well, I guess I could do a little bit more stuff. Hell yeah. The fact that I was already up helped me keep momentum and make coffee and breakfast and live life. Don't let the depression run you. It's true. Run your depression. It's not I have depression. It's depression has me. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Syndra? She came inside earlier, right? She came inside earlier, right? Or is she still out back? She could still be outside. Oh, Casey left. I missed my opportunity. Is that actually me emoting in chat? Oh, that's me. I'm an emoter. Doesn't really have much power to it. Stick 'em up. My first experience with Twitch was as a viewer and as a chatter. You know, I've been on Twitch for a long time. I've been on Twitch since back when it was... I forget what it was called. Justin TV or something like that. I was back on Twitch before it was even Twitch. So yeah, sometimes I'll be emoting, sometimes I'll be copy pasting. You know, it's who I am. It's my roots. Who is Justin? Was I familiar with Casey as a streamer before we met? Yes. I sent her a message and I said, oh my god, I'm starstruck. And she said, oh my god, I was worried this was gonna happen. Love this stream. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. Thank you. You know, you're gonna have good days, you're gonna have some tough days. Just keep it up. That's all you can do. We love this. This is a W. Manifestation works. Ooh, Comrade Sandwich, thank you for the 333 bits. I'm old and I couldn't figure this out. It took me 15 minutes somehow. Hey, you did it though. You did it though, that's what counts. Thank you so much for the 333. You know what we should do? Hold on, I want to find a new emote that's just W. I'm sure there is one. Oh yeah, there we go. W. Or the AMA every Friday. I do AMA every day. I'm addicted to being asked questions, so thank you for enabling me. I think my browser's bugged because it's not showing emotes properly. It also wouldn't let me pin a message in Twitch chat earlier, so that's weird. There we go. Refreshed. Now it's working. W. Any advice for someone who just accidentally stumbled on their ex-hubby's profile pic on socials with a new woman? One of those annoying single letter emotes. It's not just any letter. That's W. It stands for win. It's a more bright and vibrant way for us to commemorate those W moments. I've adopted the W and L nomenclature because it's really popular in normie streams, and I want to make this more digestible to a wide audience. So I have to learn how to speak their language. If you think Jeff is bad, just try typing Joel. Or Robert. I don't know how to phrase my question in text. I think it's the ASD, but it just seems impossible without stirring confusion. Then have ChatGPT revise it for you. Just go on ChatGPT and say, hey, I'm trying to figure out how to word this question. Let me tell you what's going on, and then you can help revise it for me. And then type it all into ChatGPT, and it'll spit back a question for you. Anyway, let me get back into this question here. Any advice for someone who just accidentally stumbled on their ex-hubby's profile pic on socials with a new woman? My honest advice would be to just say, you know what, good for them. I wish them all the best. And then to just go on living your life. That's probably the best advice I could give. Especially if you don't have children together and you're not like sharing custody. If you're sharing custody and, you know, you have that dynamic, then I would probably be a bit more involved because this is a person that's going to be around my children potentially. So I want to make sure that they, you know, have good intentions. I would just say though that like, if you guys are just like split up and you don't really talk that much and you're just not really that involved in each other's lives anymore, then it's probably for the best to just let it be and to just focus on what you got going for you. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want to come across as like resentful or, you know, be happy for them so easy. You'll get there. You'll get there though. Because to live with a grudge sucks. You know, to live a life just hoping that somebody, you know, has a miserable life, like hoping that, you know, you never know happiness again, that your life is just terrible. It's like, I don't know, kind of eats at you. To just recognize like, hey, you and I didn't work out. We had our problems. I would hope that you find someone that makes you happy. I would like to believe that, you know, we can both grow and change and we can both know happiness in this life. Now, I understand that sometimes wishing ill will unto others feels good, but in the long run, it is kind of harmful to us, you know, wishing ill upon others. It's like drinking poison and hoping that the other person dies. If you want to have a peaceful life, then promote peace, you know? Carry yourself in a peaceful way. That's what I would recommend, you know? I wouldn't take any extra time, like, diving into their socials, finding more pictures of them, looking at what they're doing, because that's just, like, to what end? Like, to what end would we do that? You know what I mean? Like, does that feel like a good use of our time? Does that feel healthy? Not really. And I understand the appeal to doing it. You know, I understand why it would be, you know, like morbidly curious, but I think it's for the best to just be like, it is what it is. Have a good life. Lately, I've been overeating. You and me both. For me, it's a winter thing. I'll be eating all the time in the winter. Lately, I've been overeating. I wouldn't be worried if it were just appetite fluctuation, But I think I'm eating more than my body is actually hungry for because I feel so full and shitty afterwards. Yeah, that would do it. That sounds like that would be what it is. I've been just sort of wolfing meals down, and when I finish, I still want to go raid the kitchen for more food. I feel like a bottomless pit until I've eaten so much that I'm way too full to move. This has only been happening for like the past few weeks, and I don't know what's causing it. Anyone have any advice for keeping my mind off of food and how to get back in tune with my body? Ah. I've got something for you. We want to eat more mindfully. We want to challenge ourselves to slow down, to appreciate what we're eating, you know, savor every bite. Do it more mindfully, do it more intentionally. It takes time for your brain to register that your stomach is full. There's a little bit of a delay there. They say it takes between 20 and 30 minutes for your, you know, to recognize that you actually are full. One of the things that they recommend to do is to try to stop eating when you feel about 80% full. Because what's going to happen in those next few minutes after you stop eating is you'll actually start to feel more full as your brain catches up to your stomach. Now, if you're practicing mindful eating, there are some different things that you can try to do that. You know, you can free yourself of distractions while you're eating. Just sit down and focus on what's in front of you. You know, don't watch anything, don't listen to anything, just focus on the meal, focus on eating. Or try eating with your non-dominant hand. You know, switch it up a little bit. I would say to just give that a try before, you know, thinking that it might be anything other than just a little bit of overeating. Sometimes eating can be something that we do just because we're bored, and we want to be mindful of that. Like, am I actually hungry? Do I actually need fuel? Or am I just bored? Am I just looking for something to do? And I feel like that's why a lot of people end up overeating. It's just something to do. But I would encourage you to try your best to slow down, especially if you've been really wolfing things down. Because when you eat really fast, that's a really quick way to overeat. So I would say just try to slow things down as best you can. Just be more mindful with your relationship with food. Give yourself time before you go back to the kitchen. You know, if you finish one thing, maybe make a rule for yourself. You know, if I finish one thing, I need to wait at least, 20 minutes before I go back to the kitchen. You know, just to make sure I actually am still hungry and not just, You know what I mean? So yeah, when you ask for advice on keeping your mind off food, I don't know if it's necessarily what you're trying to do. I think what I would do is try to be more mindful of food. Just try to be more aware and conscious of what it is I'm doing, how much I'm eating. You know, I want to do this thoughtfully. I want to be very aware and present. And as far as getting back in tune with your body, mindfulness is a great way to do that. You know, slowing things down, just being aware, being present. also drink more water. Drink more water. If you find you're an overeater, sometimes the brain mistakes thirst for hunger. Hi, Brain Domain. I'm new here. I'm not exactly sure how I got here, to be frank, but I am eager to learn about you. Well, welcome in. I don't know how I got here either. We're all on this together. This will be a learning opportunity for both of us. I got home finally. Oh yeah, what have you been up to? Went to the grocery stores and Goodwill. Look at you go. You know, let's take a moment. Think back to you in the past. You know, maybe a few months ago, maybe a year ago. Is this something you would have been able to do? Is this something that you would have been able to do as successfully or as smoothly as you were today? We're taking this as an opportunity to reflect on our progress. Kind of pissing myself for not tuning into your streams over the KC drought. Well, you're here now, and that's what matters. And you've got a whole VOD archive to catch up on, so that's exciting. Hey, look at you go. That's a W. Now I've got a big, obnoxious W emote we can spam. We're getting pretty close to 5,000 questions. I feel like we need some sort of party. We need some sort of celebration. We're at 4902. We surpassed 4,900 today. And we're only 98 away from 5,000 questions. Whew. Ooh, that's a lot of questions. Cats are the only thing that might stop me from vaporizing the universe if I was God. Well, that's fair. But what about this little guy? What about these little guys? What about the quokka? What about him? You gonna blow him up? You're gonna look me in the eye and tell me you're gonna blow him up? Nah, he seems annoying. Okay, Jeff Main. The AMA being always open to your streams is very comforting for those suffering with anxiety. Yeah, there you go. I like to be accessible. I like to be helpful. Big thing about anxiety is that you gotta remember it is a tool. It's a survival tool. It exists within you because it is trying to help you navigate the world around you. It's trying to protect you from dangers. It's trying to perceive what could be awaiting you around the next corner. It's there to help you, you know, survive this motherfucker. This bad bitch. You want to know why you have anxiety? You can thank this motherfucker. Just look at the size of him. Look at those teeth. So yeah, we have anxiety. It helps to keep you on edge. It helps to keep you wary, just in case one of these guys is hiding in the bushes. Now see, the problem is that we are thousands of years beyond living in caves or living in trees, but we're still operating on the same hardware. And so when we experience high levels of anxiety, we are experiencing the same type of response that you would have when you are staring face down with this guy. So it's a little bit overtuned. I don't know about you, but I'd rather go to a grocery store than have to fight a saber-toothed tiger. When you perceive everything as potentially dangerous or an opportunity to fuck up, it's sort of no longer a tool but a hindrance. No, exactly. It's overtuned. The way that we learn to manage anxiety is by working with it. You know, instead of trying to avoid it, instead of trying to pretend it's not there, we need to say, hey, what's going on? What can I do for you? What are we worried about? If the worst case scenario did happen, what would I do? How would I navigate it? Don't forget, you gotta practice activating your parasympathetic nervous system. There are two main parts of your autonomic nervous system. This is the part of your nervous system that operates without you having to think about it. You know, it does your digesting, it produces hormones, it, you know, handles your bladder and all that stuff. Anxiety is the result of your sympathetic nervous system. That's your fight or flight response. The parasympathetic is the relaxation side of your autonomic nervous system. You can activate your parasympathetic nervous system by taking slow, deep, controlled breaths. Because all of the different parts of your nervous system, they all meet up in your lungs. And your lungs are something that you control manually and automatically. So by assuming direct control over your breathing, and by breathing like a relaxed person, it sends signals through the rest of your nervous system that says, oh, I'm breathing like a relaxed person, so I must be a relaxed person. I'm glad you picked up on the Mass Effect 2 reference. Thank you. I'm glad you picked up on the Mass Effect 2 reference. Can I just get zooted every day to epic proportions instead? No. I mean, you could, don't get me wrong, you could, but that's just going to make it worse the next time it comes back. Whenever we practice avoidant behaviors, we are building up the anticipation, and it's going to make it even worse and even less manageable when it comes back. Can I opt out of being an HSP? Why would you? Why would you? You want to be a normie? It's not fun. I don't love myself. Well, why? Why not? Give me a good, honest reason. There's a difference between not knowing how to love yourself and saying that I'm undeserving of my own love. You know, we might not know how to love ourselves. It doesn't mean we're not deserving of it. I don't have anything to offer society, but you're a healer main in Marvel Rivals. That's an essential part of the team. Also, I think it's kind of unfair to determine whether or not we should love ourselves based on how much we're able to contribute to society. Take a big deep breath in through your nose. Hold on to it for just a moment. We're not in any hurry. Then gently let it go. Fuck society. There you go. That's the spirit. There's the spirit. I just got written up for using my phone. Time to review that resume. Time to get those applications in. I mean, it's something that you've been meaning to do for a while now, so I feel like now's the time. It's your year. You're gonna get a better job. You're gonna get better benefits, better pay, better work-life balance. It's gonna happen. I'm so sad. Right? Like, they wrote you up for being on your phone. Like, what is this, high school? Like, get over it. We're adults here. It's fucking Friday. It's fucking 4 o'clock on a Friday? It's fucking 4 o'clock on a Friday and they're gonna write you up for using your phone? That's kind of petty. That's kind of like... I'm gonna show that person who's doing all of the accounting work, the person who's doing the job of 2 people, I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna write them up. 4 o'clock on a Friday for being on their phone. Can someone sell me a pill for total ignorance? I got $5. Well, a subscription here costs $6, so I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, staying dialed into politics, I would say, is just not good for your mental well-being. And sometimes sometimes I worry about the friends of mine who are political streamers. I'm friends with a lot of the leftist political streamers. I don't know if you know that about me. Anyway, I guess one thing to be mindful of is don't channel that feeling of frustration or powerlessness or whatever it might be that you're feeling because of political reasons. Don't channel that onto yourself. Don't use that as an opportunity to beat yourself up or to put yourself down or to make you feel terrible about who you are as a person, all right? But I feel like that's what a lot of us will be doing, and I'm trying to call you out on it. You're frustrated because of the state of the world, and you want to do something about it, but you don't know who to hit, and so you hit yourself. It's so hard to look away these days. Yeah, it's kind of like looking at a train wreck. I'm an introspection addict. What are y'all's thoughts on that? Sometimes it's nice to leave some things undiscovered, or it's, nice to have a little bit of mystery in life. There are always going to be unanswered questions, no matter what your field of study or no matter what your pursuit is. Whether it be science or whatever, math. There's always going to be unanswered questions and unsolved problems. This also includes you reflecting on yourself. So be okay with a little bit of mystery. Alrighty. I need to go get ready. I need to go get ready. Where am I going? Somewhere fun? Oh yeah, it's date night. Going out to dinner. Going out to dinner with Casey. We're gonna go on a date. So I need to go get dressed. spent my entire life wondering what in the absolute fuck was going on with me, and now that I've recently found out all this stuff, I'm just navigating hard. Also, so I can try to let other people know as well. You know, understanding yourself and studying yourself is a noble pursuit, definitely. But just like with any other thing, try not to overthink it. Just leave some room for compassion in your search for understanding. All right, everybody, that's going to be it for me today. That's going to be it. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being you. Take good care of yourself. Have some fun tonight. Show yourself some love. And we'll see you all next time. See you all on the other side. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.